d, 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 e, vienas, du, d, 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 vienas, du, vienas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Resilient Medicine 2026. Distinguished ministers and vice ministers, ambassadors, military and civilian medical leaders, colleagues from Ukraine, Israel, Poland, Latvia, and Estonia, and of course from across our own country, thank you for being here today. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the entire Locked and Loaded team, the people who built this conference. And before we move into our program, please take a moment to tell you why we are in this room here today. This conference did not come out of nowhere. It grew out of real work, working with real professionals and together with our colleagues in Ukraine, from support efforts on the ground, and from situations where it becomes very clear what works in a system and what does not. We also spoke with healthcare institutions here in Lithuania, and the same idea kept coming up, that there is a lack of these kinds of conversations, lack of space to talk openly, and not in theory, but about real preparedness. Not about how things should work, how they are right now, today. This is how Resilient Medicine 2026 was created. It is an attempt to bring different experiences and different stakeholders together, from reality of war in Ukraine to the questions within our own system. Why does this matter? Because crises arise faster than change, and by then there is no time for long conversations. This conference is not about having all the answers. It's about starting an honest conversation. What works, what does not, and what we can do right now. On behalf of our entire Locked and Loaded team, I want to thank everyone who made this conference possible. Our partners and co-creators, the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Lithuania, the Health Emergency Situation Center under the Ministry of Health and Rescue, the Embassy of Ukraine in Lithuania, and the Embassy of Lithuania in Ukraine for opening the doors that allowed our Ukrainian colleagues to be here in person today. The World Health Organization country office in Lithuania and Médecins Sans Frontières country office in Lithuania. And our sponsors who made this possible: Ardzena, Verslo Draugas, Arbor Medical, Omni Vincit, and the Luxentry. Thank you for standing behind this work. And of course, our information partner, Delfi, thank you for bringing this to much wider audience. By the way, this conference can be seen live at Delfi tiesiogiai. A few practical notes before we jump right in. Today we go till 5:30. We will have 4 coffee breaks and 1 lunch break. Translation channels, as you can see, will be at the front left and front right. You will have QR codes on your badges. You can scan it for the full program and for all the info that concerns this evening. If you have questions after our presentations, panels, please simply raise your hand and our volunteers will bring you the microphone for your question to be presented. Please silence your phones, but please do post. And now let's begin. Let's start with our first panel, and the first session goes straight to the structural question. When a crisis hits, who decides who acts? And do the system we have right now actually work? And actually, do they talk to each other on paper? Please welcome moderator of this panel, Lukas Andriukaitis, co-founder of Civic Resilience Initiative.
Good morning, everyone. We've got 40 minutes. We have 4 distinguished panelists and roughly 1 healthcare system to talk about. So we'll have to be efficient and fast. Let me introduce who's with me today. To set the framework from the ministry, we have Vice Minister Skirmantas Krungaitis, who's shaping the national health policy, but also has notably experience in Ukraine. We have next Mr. Vilmantas Vitkauskas, who runs a very busy center and with a lot of problems on their plates, and this is one of them. We also have from the Kaunas Hospital, Professor Renaldas Jurkevičius, who's running a strategic asset in the times of war. And of course, last but not least, we have advisor to the president, Mr. Marius Česnulevičius, who has a hard time coordinating the policy and also helping integrating the NATO and allied plans. So the topic of today is the beyond institutional silos, and in the name, as we see, I have to admit there's already hints that there are problems with silos. If there weren't no problems, most likely we would call the panel, everything is fine, let's go have some coffee. But that's not the case. So we'll try to analyze some of the things in regards to it. And very quickly, we'll start with 60 seconds for every panelist to describe the biggest gap we currently face in the system from where you, gentlemen, sit. We'll then delve into concrete blocks, talk about command coordination, hospitals as strategic assets, political layer, of course, and personnel mobilization. And we'll end up with a quick lighting round. If you'll have any questions at the very end, we'll have a chance for a couple at the very end. So one ground rule for you gentlemen, I'd rather you disagree honestly than agree diplomatically. So feel free to raise hands, disagree, raise any other issues that I haven't prepped in advance. And without further ado, let's begin. So let's start with the biggest gaps. Perhaps, Professor, let's start with you. What do you see as the biggest gap in the system?
Thank you for question. Very stimulating to answer. Of course, we are living in peace for many decades, and our hospital is a huge hospital with 1,600,000 outpatients a year, 100,000 hospitalizations each year. And to prepare for some crisis, for war, is really a challenge. But we are moving forward, understanding that if war can happen, we should be prepared. We should treat it this time not only soldiers, but we should treat our population, children, mothers, oncological patients, strokes, myocardial infarctions, and so and so. It's really a challenge, but we are moving forward.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vitkauskas, from where you sit, what is the biggest healthcare challenge at the moment?
Well, I think infrastructure is the thing that we need to consider the most, and not only the premises that we want to prepare for those kind of different situations, but also to have a notion of mobility, how to be able to move from one place to the other if it's necessary. Because I think the worst scenarios, the conflict scenarios could be quite different. We are territorially not a very big country, and the directions of possible intervention could be various. So that means that we need to be very flexible. We need to prepare our staff, our medical staff to be mobile, and we need to prepare our infrastructure to be adaptive to those changes.
All right, thank you. Vice Minister?
Good morning, everyone. I'll just take a minute to greet my friends, both from Ukraine and from Israel. Just give me a second and I'll answer the question. It is an honor to host you. It is an honor to have countries that are fighting, the countries that are surviving. I see very, very dear friends, and I thank you for coming and for sharing your knowledge during our working days and during this conference. Now I'll go back to the question. From my perspective, if I have to pinpoint the major gap, is well, the resources. And by saying that, we have an issue, not an issue, but we have doctrines that dictate us the parameters within which we can work. And our doctrines sort of say that civilian healthcare system has a specific role, and in the NATO standards and our national doctrines, we have restrictions. We cannot compete for funds, and as when it comes to specific needs such as infrastructure, we need resources. We need intellectual resources. We have them. We have immense help from our partners, but we need tools with which we can build safe hospitals. So that's the major gap, a gap in the paradigm of thinking. What part of civilian healthcare system has to deal with in case of war. So that's my view.
Thank you, Vice Minister. And Advisor Chesnelavičius.
Good morning, everyone. And I will jump a little bit on the words said by Vice Minister. So from my perspective, from perspective of presidency, the main issue is a common picture of system, of health system, actually how it will work in time of need, in time of crisis, military crisis. It means the final capabilities and how system will scale up, whether we speak in terms of personnel or infrastructure, surge, also cooperation with NGOs and different organizations and also private sector. So, and afterwards, after this clear picture and how we will proceed, finances are coming too.
All right, thank you. So the stage is set. We have resources, we have common picture, we have infrastructure, and let's delve a little deeper. Let's go into command and control. Mr. Vitkauskas, when a major casualty event hits Vilnius, for example, in the first 6 hours, who's in control? What is the chain of commands? Help us walk through the current situation.
Yeah, I think this massive casualty scenario is already been processed through many institutions' procedures as we speak. And in those kind of situations, when you have a massive casualty, of course, we have prepared plans, to be implemented. So when we talk about ambulance system, I think the system is quite capable of reacting. The number of ambulances is quite significant in order to react. But of course, it always the question when those kind of situations hit, what are the priorities? What you do first and what you do next, and maybe what you avoid to do. So in those kind of situations, the medical staff will work very closely together with our fire and rescue department, which is also directly responsible to react when we talk about some destruction, some recovery works. And then, of course, there will be establishment of one common command will be guided by our crisis management center, and we will bring all the experts that are necessary in order to react. But once again, each crisis is unique, and there is no one tailored mechanism how to employ it. But I think the first assessment, this golden hour of assessing what has happened and what resources could be necessary, it could help us to bring all the experts in one room and then to guide the situation from then.
All right, thank you. Actually, a quick follow-up. Your center last year audited, inspected, investigated, I'm not sure what's the correct word, 14 hospitals. Could you share a few outcomes of that research?
Yes, of course, in Lithuania we have more than 14 hospitals. We have over 50, but we mostly looked at the main trauma centers across 10 largest Lithuanian cities. And the results were satisfactory, I would say, because our ambition is quite high. We want to be resilient for 90 days. Which is quite ambitious, but our assessment is that 50% of the hospitals are prepared partially for this kind of contingency, and some of them were just experiencing some infrastructure problems. The biggest problem is autonomic power generation capacity. And this is, I think, is applicable to most of the hospitals in Lithuania, maybe with the exception of Kaunas, which I think is the best prepared, to be honest. Yeah, we do this analysis every year, and it's not just last year, but we want to, raise the bar every time we do the inspection. And I'm sure that this year we'll do the investigation once again, and there will be a more, let's say, important elements that we need to improve in order to make sure that our resilience is stronger.
Thank you. Vice Minister, you had experience in wartime Ukraine. Did things that you saw there correspond how we see things in Lithuania? Are there any key differences or key similarities?
Right, so I'll try to answer this in this way. So it's not me that been to. It's not only me that has been to Ukraine. There is a pleiad of personnel and decision makers that seen what's going on there. I've been also in other countries such as Israel. So I'll give you answer formulated like that. There are fundamental principles that are apparent everywhere across the countries where crises are happening. First, preparedness is not. There is no end state. It is a continuous process, and we don't need to fool ourselves. There is not going to be a conclusion. In some parts, yes, but generally speaking, it is a continuous process. Then we have fundamental processes and pillars that we have to work on. First, infrastructure. Everywhere in Ukraine, if they had time to prepare, if they had resources, they would be working on in underground facilities. We've seen that. We've seen it in Kherson. We've seen it in Dergachi. We have wonderful colleagues who are here. We've seen it in different locations in Ukraine. In Israel, they have extremely developed facilities. This is something that we work towards, and we look at the examples. So that's one fundamental principle, that you have to be in a safe place, right? No matter where you are in Ukraine or wherever the conflict is. The second is personnel. Personnel has to know what to do. So specific knowledge has to be installed into medical professionals, and that's what we are doing. That's what we are trying to achieve. Then algorithms of the procedures, how everything should be organized. The system of checklist, which is in Israel, is amazing. It is down to earth. It is very instructive, and this is what we are trying to implement in Lithuania. And then stockpiling resources with which you work. So and logistics. So I'll tell you this: within a few years, well, in the past few years, there has been a huge positive dynamic, with, where we are moving towards. So the system is not perfect. It is obvious. We know it. Everyone in the audience knows it. We have discussions with our colleagues in the region. We have the same issues because we were not preparing continuously. We did not think that this could happen to us. But now we realize that the threat is here. So when it comes into our system, it's not perfect, but we are implementing the best lessons that we can take from our partners. We follow the motto: there is nothing green, there is nothing more real than reality, and we take those lessons and try to implement them. So that's that. We have the understanding across the country's main stakeholders, from the decision makers to the technical workers in the hospitals. We start to speak the same language. Now we just need to get to it and work.
Yep. Thank you. That's a very nice segue into actually looking into how Kaunas Hospital looks and operates. as we just learned, it's most likely the best prepared for these crisis situations. Is it the biggest in Lithuania or one of the biggest?
I think not in only Lithuania, but also in Baltic countries, we are largest hospital.
All right. Does the past few years living on the border of conflicts, did that change your day-to-day, how you operate? Did that change the very day-to-day of the clinic? How do you think about these procedures and how everything goes?
Yeah, of course, we should treat our patients every day.
Of course.
Because it's peacetime, thanks to God. But of course, we are working more than 4 years thinking and preparing. First, it is good to know how we should be. And the best examples, of course, Israel, our colleagues, thank you for coming. Second, in my opinion, is Finland. And if we talk how long we should take to be prepared, it's of course never-ending question. But Finnish colleagues told us that not only from the end from Second World War they started preparation. They started from First World War to prepare country to be resilient for threats. We live, as I told, many years, many decades in peacetime, and we should switch now our thinking to be prepared for crisis. And of course, we have done a lot. First, plan what we should do. Next, management plan, improving every year after every drill. We are doing last year. Largest our exercise was fire in gamma knife facility, which is close for neurological, neurosurgery, psychiatric department, and we were trying to evacuate 700 people. It's really a challenge, and after this, for example, we changed a lot in our crisis management plan. Of course, now it's our goal to make prepared better our hospital, because we are in the center of Lithuania, and all main roads are crossing Kaunas region, and of course, Lithuania is a small country, not Ukraine, not Germany. We don't have strategical depth, and Kaunas is in the middle of Lithuania, and of course we understand this. And our plan now is to start building underground constructions that we can maintain 40–50% of all daily routine operations during the war. Now what we are doing.
All right. Professor, how do you see this ambitious goal of 90 days to be prepared? Is that something to be inspiring? Is that possible to reach, or is this too ambitious?
Yeah, it's relative. It is 90 days. Of course, medicines, what we need supply for 90 days we have, but it's most important goal for hospitals like we, like others, is to be like isolated island for 3 days, without gas, without electricity, without water, without food, to live for these 3 days. Our colleagues from Israel also are telling us to be prepared with everything, to be isolated for 3 days. And now I think we are, because we have our heating system, we have our water supply, not Kaunas municipality supply, but our supply. We have food making facilities, or everything we have now for these 3 days. It's critical 3 days because after we hope help will come to us.
Advisor Justin Lavichus, I wanted to look into the political layer of things, and correct me if I'm wrong, but oftentimes healthcare in the world of resiliences is a foster child. So somewhere after air defense, somewhere after logistics, somewhere after military personnel. How do you see these priorities? How does the president's office see the whole list of resilience priorities, and where is healthcare?
So first of all, I feel some kind of pressure. Like in school, every teacher thinks that his subject is the most important. And now about among medics, next to vice minister, I feel that I should say yes, it's a top priority.
It's one of the top.
But actually, I have a serious joke. I know it's oxymoron, but back in my previous life, when I used to serve as a military, we used the term of preventive medicine. It's effective fire. You have to suppress enemy, and then it's the most effective medical care for your soldiers, because there is no enemy, no injuries, no wounded personnel. So the main idea is deterrence. I'm not speaking about a medical deterrence, but we would like to have a peace, because if hostilities starts, so it means we lost peace and we are in military crisis. For that, we should build a strong military, and now we're investing in core defense. Core defense, it means personnel in armed forces, armament, equipment, ammunition, etc. So speaking about that, the top priority, looking from presidential palace, still is a core defense till 2030, because system of national defense was underfunded, and we have to fill this gap. Now talking about health system. So it's not behind logistics, it's about logistics. It's support function, it's very important. We need armor in order to fight, but also we need not only health system, purely speaking, but also a high moral of troops. And if there is no medics, soldiers, they were not motivated to fight because of losses. So I would see the healthcare system, not as a separate domain, not as a separate priority, but actually something that goes shoulder to shoulder with the core defense and other issues. And I think that this fight for resources will be everyday fight this year, next year, and for centuries to come. So I'm sorry to say, but that will be complicated always.
Just to follow up, NATO allies have obligations to help each other's civilian populations. Has the past years with the war in Ukraine helped to speed up these processes? Are we well integrated into ally plans? Is there something to more work on? What's your take?
Oh, I will separate that in two different parts. First of all, Ukraine helped everyone to understand that this existential threat coming from Russia is real, and we have to deal with that. It's one thing. Now, that also changes NATO approach from only administrative work to go deeper. So we have a capability catalog, so where all our capabilities are listed. That helps NATO planners, logisticians, just to prepare plans or to put their inputs in the defense and deterrence plans family. Another thing, it's a minimal operational requirements. So civilians and militaries, Ministry of Defense, armed forces are working together to put everything we have in one place and to evaluate, assess how it works. So it's a basis, it's a fundamental. But what is important, it's to move forward. And as I said at the very beginning, we need to see the final goal. We will not reach that. We will never be at 100%. It's impossible. But we have to have a clear vision of where to go. So it's goal, ways, and means, and that the resources that are coming thither.
No, just to elaborate concerning NATO, what Marius just explained, I think NATO, of course, it's all about military projection, it's all about defense, but there are new initiatives that are occurring in NATO as well when we talk about our resilience efforts. And there is a new committee in NATO, established Resilience Committee, which supervises how the countries, how the allies are doing in terms of business continuity, how they're meeting those 7 baseline requirements, including medical requirement, which is quite important. Of course, it's not changing the priority because, as I mentioned, NATO is about defense and military power, but there are elements that are quite important, very, very substantial in order to maintain this military superiority. So I think the lessons that we are learning from the countries which are in the conflict, Ukraine in particular, but also Israel, which is also very, very important for us to learn from them, I think is changing the mentality in NATO. We in Lithuania, we are quite aware of the situation, but when we talk about other allies, which are a little bit more remote from those conflict areas, for them, I think it's a stimulus to change as well.
All right. I think it's time to delve into the last block, talk about personnel and mobilization. And the question will be open to the panel, so whoever wants to grab it, feel free to. It comes from my experience as a former military myself, and there's 2, I guess, parts to this question. First is when the war starts, the military has a mobilization system. Pretty much all who are on the list know where to come, what to do. Do we have a same system for medics? Is that something we develop as a country? Do we already have it? And the second question or sub-question is, we in the military world, we do have a problem sometimes that, for example, we have a patriotic person who works at the police, who's a military reservist and maybe is a member of the Rifleman Union. And when the time comes of crisis, we have 3 people on paper, but actually 1 person in reality, right? Who's sitting on 3 chairs. Do we, in the medical world, do we face a similar problem? And what is the good way to look at it?
Good. So I have my sort of own take on this. So I'll keep it to myself for a bit.
Sure.
But I'll answer this way. So it's underway. We have responsibilities on the Ministry of Health to coordinate it, to solve this particular equation, and on the hospitals. So we have a person with the name at the ministry. We had a meeting last week, and by the end of this month, there has to be a solution how to solve it. What you are referring to, sitting on two chairs for 1 person. So that's probably 1 doctor working at different locations. So we have a simple solution. Prioritize. We obviously know which hospitals are sort of more up on the priority list. So if you work in that particular hospital, you have to report there. We have a cluster system. We have trauma clusters. So if you work, in that particular system, you have to report there, no matter doesn't matter that you have different positions. Then there is another criteria. Usually doctors that work across different institutions, they work part-time in one institution and full-time at main institution. So if you work, for example, in Kauno Klinikos, and if you have other jobs, well, obviously you should report to Kauno Klinikos. That's simple. So it's a problem that is over-exaggerated, in my opinion. And I will tell you this: human nature is very powerful. No matter what, no matter the list, people, if they don't have the will to fight, if they do not feel safe in their workplace, they will flee. Quite a vast majority of personnel are, women with children, and I would like if I had, a partner working in the healthcare system with the child to flee. That's a common notion, except with some exception. Well, with some exceptions. For example, Israel dealt with the problem that people came into country. They organized ships to bring medical personnel when the war happened after October 7. So, what that tells me that the country and the will to fight is very strong, and the architecture of safety is very powerful. So if we will be able to create workplaces that are safe, I believe that people will come and work, and then this question will be relative. Now it's something that we have to do it on paper. It's important. In reality, not so much. So we've been very reluctant to it, but we had a meeting. We have a task to do. We have Paulina Aldakauskaitė, which is she's responsible for it. She's gonna do it. That's it.
Please.
Yeah, just your original question about mobilization system. I think our mobilization system is quite well prepared. We have 96 institutions that have mobilization duties, and those tasks are being quite straightforward and very concrete. And of course, there are entities that have to fulfill those duties, and the institutions have to maintain that the plans are executable. But as there is a known saying that the plan is nothing, the planning is everything. So the planning, I think, is very important, and the best indicator for make sure that your plan is good is of course exercises. And exercises, I think this is the main effort that we are trying to concentrate, not only to have plans on paper, but also to have at least obligation at least once a year to have exercise and to make sure that the sectors are prepared, and if they are not prepared, they need to have the plan how to improve. In Lithuania, we have one largest exercise, and the one that Professor just mentioned last year in October. It's called the Vyčios Skliautas. We organize every year in October, sometimes around October, to mobilize more than 100 institutions to come up with a quite complicated scenario which lasts for about 7 days. And we try to make sure that those institutions, they have they have plans, they have capabilities, and they have the capacity to go through the exercises and be adaptive enough, not to just say everything is fine, but also to look for some things to be improved and to have come up with a plan how to improve it next year.
All right. If I may follow up, does the military in the time of crisis pull from the same pool of people, or do they have their own medical mobilization system?
Our medical mobilization system is very well integrated with our civil sector. So there is one resource which is operating based on the new priorities that occur. So we have a quite unique system when we rely on our civil sector.
So I'll just add to it. Yes, they do pull. We have a list of personnel that is going to be mobilized. Also, we have priorities now with Riflemen Association. There is a particular issue there which we are going to solve. And yes, they do pull. And as an advisor said, I will have to agree with it. Safety and armed forces is the top priority. That's a given. Without the deterrence, without the armed forces, that's it. Nothing is working. But so if they will call upon our medics, we'll have to obey. That's the nature of things, and that's how it should be. But these are very technical, I would say, small issues that are a little bit over exaggerated.
Okay, that makes sense. If there's
if I may?
please, of course.
So, just on two ideas. Yes, of course. The first of all, I think exercise and huge complicated exercise, it's very important, because sometimes we know what we know what we do not know. But what arises when we don't know that we do not know? So we discover that during exercise, or we discover by using experience from different countries. And everything is about planning, correct, 100%. What I liked a lot, it's our Ministry of Health, being in different countries, being with the personnel in Ukraine, bringing that back, and have a huge discussions in order to have the main ideas, the same ideas, the same understanding. And it coming not from the high, but from the bottom, with the real practice. And once again, plans for plans is nothing. We have to have a real plans, and I'm confident that our system is doing a great in a good direction.
Appreciate it. We are going at the very end of time, so I want to wrap up with a lightning round, and I'll give you 30, 40 seconds for each of you to answer me this. If there was one thing in 12 months that you could change in the Lithuanian healthcare system, what would that be to significantly improve the situation? And be as precise as possible. Please don't go in a very broad principles or ideas. Just go drill down as much as possible. Professor.
It's difficult to answer. I think we should move forward what we are doing to continue. And of course, drills are important not only to improve our organization, but to augment culture of our people, because they should feel safe after these trainings. They should know their place, what they will do in time of crisis. They should know that their children will be safe in our children garden of Kauno Klinikos. They should know that we will organize care for their parents who cannot help themselves. It's important to us, but also it's more important for our staff.
Thank you. Mr. Vikauskas?
Well, I think we talked a lot about negatives. I would like to highlight some positives in our conversation. And I think one of the positive is that the capacity of our medical sector is quite remarkable to compare with even some other Western European countries. So I think this is what we have to be proud of. The other thing is, which is also very important, is the motivation. I think the motivation in our medical staff is tremendous when we look at those volunteers that go to Ukraine to support our friends there. They go to learn from Israel also during the conflict. I think this is really the highlight of how our medical sector is prepared for those possible contingencies. So my proposal, I think, for this 12 months period, as you highlighted, I think to have one big exercise which could embrace several hospitals all together, and to come up with a scenario when you need to move personnel, when you need to move equipment, and how to be prepared to receive not only our civil people that we need to take care of, but also our military personnel. So I think one big exercise to look how our different medical hospitals are prepared, I think would be good achievement.
Thank you. Vice Minister?
Okay, so not one thing, but first we need to continue what we are doing with our partners. It is adamant. We have to go into the countries that allow us to come and share the knowledge. It is extremely important, so that has to continue. Then I would like to that several hospitals sign the contracts for the new builds and for the refurbishment of existing infrastructure, then training. I have to say that it is it is really difficult to train medical staff and to organize it. So it's underway, but within 12 months it has to start. In September it should start for one batch of medics, and then minor changes, changes in the curriculum of undergraduate and postgraduate studies. And if you do that in 12 months, we are golden. I can leave. That's it.
Thank you. Advisor?
From my side, I would just say that in the military, medicine, health system starts in the squad level, even from a simple soldier. So in our government, whole government approach, we should understand that without medics, we will not go anywhere. So clear goal, priorities, and the list of resources needed for that, the time axis. I think we should fight for resources, because plan without resources is hallucination.
Thank you kindly. We're running out of time, but if anyone from the audience has a burning question, now is the time to address it. I see no raised hands. And on this note, thank you, panelists. This was a pleasure. Have a round of applause for the gentleman.
Thank you for our strong opening and for our panelists. There's a lot of important questions to consider, and we can do so in our first coffee break. So please take a short moment, exactly 20 minutes, even less. Let's meet here back at 10:25. Our colleagues from Ukraine will speak, and we want to give them a full room. in a short moment.
Decisions about my life, but I don't mind if they're wrong or right. You make me feel alive. You stay with me the whole night. I start to fly. I'm feeling high.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat as we are about to start our conference.
Feel like I lose my mind, but it's right to spend the night. We start a fight, I wanna fly. I reach the sky, I take a drive, I feel alive. You make me cry, who am I to hate my life? I am the sunrise, sunrise. I close my eyes.
Welcome back, everyone. Happy to see you here. And let's continue with the next session, which is kind of a reason, an example of why this conference exists at all. Derhachi is a small city in the Kharkiv region of Ukraine. It is 15 kilometers from the Russian border. Its hospital has continued to operate even under shelling, and that's not a metaphor. Today, the people who run the hospital are here with us in this room. So please welcome Svetlana Berezhna, Director of Derhachi Central Hospital, and Victoria Koldunenko, Deputy Mayor of Derhachi City.
Так, у нас презентація є, да? Шановні колеги, доброго дня. Бажаємо здоров'я. Зараз саме так вітаються у нас в Україні і на Дергачах.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. We wish you health, as this is exactly how we greet each other today in Dergachi.
Ми прибули до Вільнюса разом з директором Дергачівської центральної лікарні Світланою Бережною, щоб розповісти вам про наш досвід боротьби з російською агресією та про те, як нам вдалося зберегти стійкість медичної системи у перші дні війни.
We arrived here in Vilnius together with Svetlana, who is director of the hospital in Dergachi. And we're here to tell you how we managed to keep our facility operational in the hard first days of war.
Дергачівська громада, яку ми представляємо, розташована на сході України в Харківській області.
Dergachi community is located in the eastern Ukraine in Kharkiv region.
Історично так склалось, що ми маємо кордон з громадою, з Росією, і цей кордон майже 16 кілометрів.
Historically, we're having a borderline with Russia, and the length of this borderline is 16 kilometers.
Фактично, наша громада розташована між Росією та містом Харків.
So, in fact, we're situated between Russia and Kharkiv.
Тому ми першими на собі відчули всі жахіття війни.
So we were the first ones to feel all the horrors of war.
Коли 24 лютого 22 року сотні одиниць ворожої техніки рухались через всю нашу громаду до міста Харків.
When back on 24th of February of 2022, hundreds of Russian military vehicles were passing the territory of our community.
Уже протягом перших тижнів війни російська армія захопила майже половину нашої території, нашої громади.
Throughout the first weeks of war, Russian army occupied more than half of the territory of our community.
На цьому слайді позначені основні населені пункти. Червоним – це ті, які опинились одразу в окупації.
On this slide, you can see the map where you can see the main cities and villages that were put under the occupation, the ones that are marked in red.
Сірим, які потрапили до сірої зони.
The grey ones are the ones that are in no man lands.
А синім – наше місто Дергачі, яке втримували Збройні сили України.
And the blue one, Dergachi, were kept by the military force of Ukraine.
Після кількох місяців тяжких боїв і харківського контрнаступу у вересні 22-го року Дергачівську громаду нашу було звільнено від окупантів.
In September of 2022, during the counteroffensive in Kharkiv region, our community was liberated.
Внаслідок російського вторгнення в нашій громаді загинуло майже 300 цивільних осіб.
As a result of Russian invasion, more than 300 civilians were killed in our
1500 отримали тяжкі поранення.
1,500 got wounded severely.
Були пошкоджені майже всі заклади освіти,
Almost all educational institutions were damaged.
всі заклади медицини,
All healthcare facilities as well.
наші підприємства, аграрні підприємства,
Our production, our farms, agriculture.
будинки людей. Цей слайд показує статистику руйнувань, і, на жаль, статистика трагічна, бо деякі населені пункти громади зруйновані вщент, а інші Росія продовжує знищувати прямо зараз.
This slide shows the statistics of destruction in our region. And it's terrible statistics because some of the cities and villages are totally destroyed and some are being destroyed right now by Russia.
Ця війна стала для нас неймовірним випробуванням, але не зламала нас.
This war became a huge trial for us, yet it has not broken us.
У критичних умовах ми почали гуртуватися і робити те, що маємо.
We unified in these critical conditions.
Рятувати людей, надавати гуманітарну підтримку цивільним, допомагати військовим.
And we did what we had to do. We were saving people, we were giving humanitarian aid to civilians and to the military personnel.
А після звільнення нашої громади від росіян ми почали масштабну відбудову.
And once our community was liberated, we started rebuilding.
Та пошук іноземних партнерів, які були готові допомагати нашим людям, щоб загоїти рани цієї трагедії.
With the help of international investors who were helping to seal the wounds of such a tragedy.
І першими, мабуть, відгукнулись ви, Литва. Дякуємо вам.
And the first ones to come to our aid were you, Lithuania. Thank you.
Завдяки благодійній організації Blue Yellow Дергачівська громада встановила партнерські стосунки з Литвою.
Blue Yellow helped establish the partnership relationships with Lithuania.
З квітня 23-го року до нас регулярно приїжджають литовські сімейні лікарі та стоматологи.
From April of 2023, doctors from Lithuania are regular visitors in our facility.
Вони привозять медикаменти, вони лікують людей у прикордонних селах, що найбільше постраждали від війни.
They bring in the medicine, they're helping people that are living in the villages super close to the front line.
Литовські лікарі – це справжні друзі нашої громади, яких ми дуже цінуємо, поважаємо і завжди чекаємо в гості.
Lithuanian doctors are true friends of our community, which we appreciate, we value, and we always happy to welcome.
Сьогодні деякі з цих лікарів присутні в цьому залі. Я хочу висказати вдячність пану Скірмантасу, пані Вайві та всім вашим колегам.
Some of these doctors are today here with us, so I would like to say a huge thank you to
Пану Скірмантасу і пані Вайві
to Skirmantas and Vaida
за ту неймовірну роботу, яку ви робите, не дивлячись на всі можливі ризики.
for the amazing work and help that you are providing despite of terrible risks.
Увесь литовський народ – це великий друг України, наш друг.
Lithuanian people is a great friend of
А ми-
Ukrainian people, our
Ми
friend,
ваші друзі.
and we are your friends in turn.
Тож сьогодні ми хочемо розповісти всім друзям України про наш досвід.
So today we want to tell about our experience to all of our friends.
Я впевнена, що цей досвід буде дуже корисним, але я сподіваюся, що він нікому і ніколи не знадобиться.
I hope that this experience will be very useful. However, I also hope that it never will have to be put to use.
І ще я хочу сказати дякуємо за запрошення на цей захід,
Also, I'd like to say thank you so much for inviting us to this event.
за цю нагоду вперше бути в вашій чудовій країні
For this opportunity to first time visit your great country,
і в вашому неймовірно красивому місті
to visit your amazingly beautiful city
з такими щирими людьми.
with such sincere population.
Дякуємо вам.
Thank you
Зараз
so
я
much.
передаю слово своїй колезі, директору Дергачівської центральної лікарні, яка розповість уже більш конкретно про те, як у нас це все, на жаль, було. Дякуємо.
I'm passing my word to Svetlana, the director.
Доброго дня, шановні друзі.
Good afternoon, dear friends.
Я представляю Дергачівську центральну лікарню, яка знаходиться у місті Дергачі Харківської області. 30 кілометрів від кордону з Росією знаходиться наша невеличка лікарня, яка розрахована всього лише на 100 стаціонарних ліжок, вибачте.
I'm representing the hospital of Dergachi, which is a very small hospital, and it's located just 30 kilometers away from the border with Russia.
І сьогодні мені хочеться говорити не лише про систему охорони здоров'я, а й про людей всередині цієї системи.
So today I'd like to talk not simply about the healthcare system, but also about the people inside of that system.
Бо у перші 72 години стало зрозуміло не тільки те, як працюють протоколи, а і як поводяться люди.
Because in the first 72 hours we understood not simply how the standard protocols work, but also how people work.
Ранок 24 лютого 2022 року – це день, який ми не забудемо ніколи.
The morning of February 24th of 2022 will be the day we never forget.
Страх,
Fear,
відчай,
desperation,
невизначеність,
uncertainty.
питання, що відбувається і що буде.
Questions, what's going on, what's going to happen next.
Ранок розпочався о 4:45 зі звуків вибухів, перебоїв зі зв'язком і повного нерозуміння, що робити і як діяти.
Morning began at 4:45 a.m. with explosions, with unclarity, with uncertainty what to do next.
Вже о 6 ранку я була на робочому місці.
At 6 a.m. I was already at the hospital.
Враховуючи, що реагувати на виклики треба було щохвилинно, тому що виникали нові нестандартні ситуації, я залишалася в лікарні цілодобово.
We had to work in a very challenging condition, and due to that I stayed in the hospital 24 hours.
Треба було вирішувати питання евакуації, сортування пацієнтів при масових надходженнях.
We had to solve the issues of sorting and evacuation of the patients.
Команда залишилася у складі 35 осіб із 250 співробітників,
We had only 35 workers left out of 200
тому що значна частина колег евакуювалася разом із родинами і повідомляли про неможливість вийти на роботу.
because majority of our colleagues were evacuated together with their families and they could not join us.
І, відповідно, переді мною постало питання, як згуртувати команду, як дати людям відчуття безпеки,
So I had a sudden challenge of how to unite the team, how give them the perception of safety,
і як бути поруч зі своїми дітьми в такий момент.
and how to also be with my kids in this challenging moment.
Лікарня стала не лише місцем роботи.
Hospital became not simply a workplace.
Вона стала другим домом для співробітників і для їхніх родин.
It became our second home for our workers and their families.
І це дозволило нам зберегти команду і продовжити працювати.
This was something that allowed us to keep the team and keep working.
У перші години ніхто не мав повної картини того, що відбувається.
In the first few hours, nobody understood what's going on.
Не було чітких інструкцій і готових сценаріїв.
There were no clear instructions, there were no prepared scenarios.
Але попри це ми почали відпрацьовувати питання забезпечення паливом для генераторів,
Yet despite of that, we started working on the question of supplying ourselves with fuel for the generators.
На жаль, більшість заправок почали зупиняти свою роботу.
Sadly, most of the gasoline stations were shut down.
Питання приготування їжі для пацієнтів, тому що кухонні працівники теж залишили робочі місця.
Problem with food supply because our kitchen team also left their posts.
Питання також підвозу пацієнтів до робочого місця, тому що транспорт ніякий не пересувався.
Issue with the transportations and how exactly we get our patients to the hospital.
Тобто колектив лікарні, той, який залишився, дуже швидко згуртувався.
People that remained in the hospital were unified very fast.
Люди підтримували один одного і почали працювати як єдина команда.
People were supporting each other and started working as a unified team.
Перші поранені вже почали надходити в той же самий день.
First wounded were accepted in our facility the same day.
Це були цивільні.
Those were civilians.
Їх доставляли як бригади швидкої допомоги, такі самі люди на власних автомобілях, іноді просто на руках.
They were brought in by ambulances, they were brought in by just civilian cars, and some of them were carried in on hands.
Тому що не завжди можна було викликати швидку із-за відсутності зв'язку.
Because it was not always the case that you could call ambulance because the connection was lost.
Дуже добре була відпрацьована система взаємодії з Центром екстреної медичної допомоги.
Our cooperation with the Center of Uninterrupted Medical Help was great.
Та іншими закладами міста Харкова для подальшого переводу пацієнтів після стабілізації.
And that also goes for other healthcare facilities of Kharkiv city. After we stabilized the patients, we could send them to other hospitals.
Певний час ми почали працювати як стабілізаційний пункт.
So we started operating as a stabilization facility.
Перші години стало очевидно, що звична модель роботи більше не працює.
In the first few hours, it became evident that the usual approach to work doesn't work anymore.
І система перейшла в режим ручного управління.
And the system was moved into the mode of manual controls.
Рішення почали прийматися швидко, на місцях, без очікування погодження.
We had to decide fast. We had to decide right there. We couldn't wait for approvals.
Не всі ці рішення були ідеальними, але вони були своєчасними, і в тих умовах це було найважливіше.
Not all of those decisions were necessarily great, but they were timely, and that's something that was terribly important.
З перших хвилин до лікарні почали приходити волонтери.
In the first few minutes, volunteers started arriving to the hospital.
Це були люди, які самі пропонували допомогу.
They were offering their help.
Вони приносили медикаменти, їжу і все необхідне.
They would bring medicine, they would bring food, everything what we needed.
І, звичайно, дуже швидко підключилися і міжнародні партнери.
And of course, international partners joined the effort quite fast as well.
Окремо важливо відзначити підтримку з боку органів місцевої влади.
Specifically, I want to highlight the support from the local municipality.
Ця взаємодія допомогла швидко організувати процеси і стабілізувати роботу.
This cooperation helped to stabilize the processes and keep working.
Лікарня дуже швидко стала не лише медичним закладом, а й центром допомоги для всього населення.
Not only our hospital became the medical facility, but also the center of help for the entire population of the region.
Аптеки дуже швидко почали спорожніти, і частина закрилася.
Some pharmacies closed, some didn't have medicines that we needed.
І тоді лікарня взяла на себе ще одну функцію забезпечення людей медикаментами.
And then we were trying to provide the medicine that people needed to them directly.
Завдяки волонтерам ми організували видачу медикаментів населенню безкоштовно після певних консультацій та обстеження.
Thanks to volunteers, we were able to build out the process of distributing medicines for free after a short consultation with the doctor.
Але при цьому ми зіткнулися з новими викликами.
However, we also encountered new challenges.
Наприклад, значно зросла потреба в життєво необхідних препаратах, таких як інсулін та інші критичні медикаменти.
For example, we encountered lack of insulin and other vital medical.
Частина пацієнтів втратила доступ до своїх звичних схем лікування.
Some of the patients could not continue their standard way of receiving treatment.
І лікарня фактично стала місцем, де ці потреби закривалися.
And hospital became the only place where they could fulfill their needs.
Ще одним важливим моментом стало те, що цифрові системи працювали нестабільно.
Another important thing to mention is that digital systems were not stable.
І нам довелося повернутися до паперової документації,
So we had to go back to the paper bookkeeping,
до більш простих і надійних форм обліку.
to simple but working bookkeeping methods.
Це дозволило зберегти керованість процесів,
That allowed us to keep the controllability of the processes.
тим паче, що через деякий час було дуже багато звернень пацієнтів, як цивільних, так і військових,
Because quite soon we received a lot of appeals from the patients, civilians and military,
з питанням підтвердження факту звернення за медичною допомогою.
so we could confirm that they were at our facility.
7 квітня 2022 року наш стаціонар був пошкоджений від російських обстрілів.
On April 7th of 2022, our hospital was severely damaged by Russian shelling.
Загалом лікарня постраждала від обстрілів тричі.
The hospital was damaged 3 times.
Під час обстрілів були поранені і працівники лікарні.
Some of our colleagues were wounded while shelling.
На щастя, всі залишилися живими.
Thankfully, everyone is still alive.
І у цей момент стало остаточно зрозуміло, що абсолютно безпечних місць не існує.
And at that moment, we understood it clearly that there are no absolutely safe spots.
Але навіть після цього система не зупинилася.
But even after that, our system continued working.
Ми знову адаптувалися і продовжили працювати.
We adapted once again, and we kept working.
Зараз згадала один факт, коли ми вікна пошкоджені закладували ящиками з рукавичками. Це було найефективніше. Вони отримували осколки ракет.
Just right now, I remembered a fact that when the windows were broken, we were placing the boxes with the medical gloves next to them because they proved to be specifically instrumental in keeping the shrapnel.
Якщо узагальнити цей негативний досвід, можна чітко сформулювати, що саме допомогло вистояти.
If to draw the line, we can clearly understand what exactly helped us not to be broken.
Ну, по-перше, я вважаю, це згуртованість колективу.
First, it's unanimity of our colleagues.
Люди не просто виконували свої функції, вони підтримували один одного і діяли як команда, незважаючи на свої функціональні обов'язки.
People were not simply executing their functions at work. They were a team. They were going extra mile. They were doing what needs to be done.
По-друге, це швидкість прийняття рішень і їх гнучкість.
Next, it's the speed of decision making and its flexibility.
По-третє, це підтримка з боку волонтерів, партнерів, так і з боку влади.
Third, it's the support from our partners, volunteers, and municipality.
І, звичайно, це професійність медичних працівників.
Of course, it's also professionalism of medical workers.
Цей досвід негативний дав нам дуже важливі практичні уроки.
This terrible experience taught us some very practical lessons.
Ми зрозуміли, наскільки важливою є автономність медичного закладу, здатність працювати незалежно в перші дні.
We understood how important autonomy is, the ability to work independently in the first few days.
Критично важливими є запаси медикаментів,
The medical supply reserves are critical,
особливо життєво необхідних,
especially the vital ones.
наявність банку крові,
Ability to have the blood reserves as well,
забезпечення киснем,
support with oxygen,
анестезіологічні та реанімаційні засоби,
reanimation medication,
можливості для транспортування і евакуації пацієнтів,
ability for transportation and evacuation of the patients,
резервні канали зв'язку, які будуть працювати навіть у нестабільних умовах і ситуаціях.
rugged reserve communication channels that would remain functional even in the unstable situation.
Ну і дійсно забезпечення харчуванням, базові потреби як пацієнтів, так і персоналу.
And of course, food supply to satisfy the basic needs of our patients and co-workers.
Дуже важлива наявність укриттів. Від найпростіших до бомбосховищ, і чим більше їх буде, тим краще.
Having shelters in hospitals is also very important. More you have them, better.
Важливі джерела енергії альтернативні, генератори, альтернативні системи живлення і будь-які рішення, які дозволять підтримувати роботу лікарні.
It's important to have autonomous electricity sources like generators or others that could support the hospital's operation.
Коли ми отримали перші акумуляторні електричні станції, нашому дивуванню не було меж.
When we received the first accumulators, we were very surprised.
Ми на досвіді впевнилися, що на цих джерелах енергії могли працювати в операційних і в реанімаційному відділенні 5-6 годин.
Surgery was able to operate for 5-6 hours just from that specific energy source.
Без використання паливно-мастильних матеріалів, тому що генератори у нас були, а Тесли це було перше, що ми побачили.
Without burning through the gasoline, because we had generators before, but this Tesla equipment was we saw it first time.
Ну, сьогодні майже в кожному підрозділі маємо подібні установки.
Today, almost in every department, we have similar equipment.
Альтернативні цифрові системи обліку також дуже важливо.
And alternative digital system of control is also important.
Ну, наприклад, те, з чим ми спіткнулися, ми лікарня, яка надавала допомогу дорослому населенню.
For example, a problem that we encountered, we are the hospital that gives services to the adult population.
Але під час масованих обстрілів, атак почали надходити діти, яких на руках приносили батьки, тому що не було засобів зв'язку.
But since shelling started, we started receiving kids as well that were brought on hands of their parents.
Тому ми обновлювали свої знання щодо надання допомоги дітям різного віку.
So we had to renew our ability to give help to the kids of any age.
Можливо, треба звернути на це увагу і відпрацювати дорослим лікарням протоколи дитячі.
So maybe that is something that could be important, and you should work on the standard protocols for treating kids, even though your hospital doesn't do that daily.
Ну, я не можу не поділитися ще однією позитивною історією, яка була в нашому житті. Це пес, німецька вівчарка, який приблудився до нашої лікарні в перші дні. Ми йому дали ім'я Кардан.
So there's another great story that I cannot just skip. This is a dog, it's a German Shepherd, and he came to our hospital in the first few days of war. We started calling him Kardan,
І до сьогодні він живе з нами.
and he is still staying with us.
Кардан став для нас не лише другом, але він був своєрідним індикатором безпеки.
Not only Kardan became our friend, but also he was the indicator of safety.
В перші дні ми не мали гучномовців, ми не мали ніяких звукових сигналів безпеки.
In the first few days, we didn't have any sirenes, we didn't have any alarm systems.
І саме на нього ми орієнтувалися, коли він попередньо почував обстріли і ховався в безпечні місця, і ми слідували за ним.
So we were always watching him because he somehow felt the shelling coming and he was trying to hide. And when he was hiding, we were hiding as well.
Тобто декілька разів він нам врятовував життя.
A few times he saved our lives.
Його господар повернувся, неодноразово намагався забрати, але пес не залишає лікарню.
His owner came back and he was trying to take the dog back home, but the dog doesn't want to leave the hospital.
До речі, дуже багато співробітників забирали покинутих тварин, називаючи їх антидепресантами.
A lot of our co-workers were picking up the pets that were left behind and they were calling them antidepressants.
Тож, перші 72 години показали дуже просту, але фундаментальну річ.
So the initial 72 hours of invasion showed a very simple but fundamental thing.
Що система охорони здоров'я – це не лише структура, не лише протоколи і ресурси.
So the healthcare system is not simply resources and protocols.
Це перше за все люди.
First of all, it's people.
І саме люди, їхня відповідальність, згуртованість і готовність діяти забезпечують її стійкість.
So people, their responsibility and their ability to act is something that can maintain the system working.
Наш досвід – це досвід швидкої адаптації, який ми б ніколи не порадили пережити.
Our experience is experience of fast adaptation, the one that we would never advise you to go through.
Але до якого треба завжди бути готовим в умовах нестабільної зовнішньополітичної ситуації та надзвичайної загрози.
Yet we'll have to be ready for such in the framework of geopolitical instability and constant threat.
Тому що ми впевнилися, що у кризі виживають ті системи, де люди здатні об'єднуватися, брати відповідальність і діяти.
Because we learned that in the times of crisis, only the systems where people are able to unite and act independently can survive.
Дякую вам за увагу.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Svetlana, and thank you, Victoria. We will carry this with us. But let's move from the reality on the ground in Ukraine to structural questions closer to home. If a crisis hits a Lithuanian hospital tomorrow morning, what does it actually take to transform it? In 72 hours, in 2 weeks, and in 2 months. Please welcome the head of Emergency Preparedness Service at Vilnius University Hospital Santaros Clinics, Professor Andrius Klimašauskas, to explain the minimum standards.
So, good morning, colleagues from Israel, good morning, colleagues from Ukraine, Baltic colleagues. It's actually a great honor for me to be here, and thanks for organizers for invitation, and especially thanks for Vice Minister. I think it's his idea to have me here on stage. Why I'm here, you could see it. I'm head of Emergency Preparedness Service in Santaros Clinics. It's a huge hospital, and actually I'm chief specialist already 3 months in health ministry. And I could mention why it was done. It's actually privilege to participate in health ministry organization, and I actually don't know what we will bring. It's not clear for me what we will bring to health ministry, but it's clear what is huge things we are receiving from, and probably we will reach great results. And actually, why we are here, it's everything already said. It is war is everywhere. It's in Europe. It's in close countries also. But as you see, I have some conflict of interest. I am working both in hospital, both in health ministry. So I will try just to tell a little bit from perspective of just simple intensive care doctor and professor of medicine, and I will use some literature and my experience from visiting Ukraine data. And I will try to build a hospital. And this hospital cannot be small. Here it's our data. We have 1,800 beds already. We have more than 6,000 employees. And how to make this hospital working? A huge question. If we will refer to artificial intelligence, it's actually the same story. Will we prepare for 72 hours, 2 weeks or 2 months at home or in the hospital? It's actually the same things needed. Just in family, you need smaller things, in hospital, bigger things. But to understand situation and which this information actually is valid for all the period of times, we should understand where we are and where we are building our hospitals, place of the hospital. So Lithuania is quite small, but we are learning from Israel, which is country is 3 times smaller than ours. And we are learning from Ukraine. Ukraine is huge, and when you are driving through Ukraine, you are understanding it is really good to have such big territory. And Lithuania, in comparison, we are 10 times smaller. And we have 2 red spots in Lithuania. This is capital, Vilnius, where we are today, and Kaunas, the biggest hospital in Lithuania. And it is actually problem which appeared during my first visit in Ukraine, in Kiev in 2023. I was asking Ukrainian colleagues, what about preparation? And we are going into Google Maps, and they said, come on, you have big problem, because this red spot here is very close to the enemies, probable enemies. And what we have, actually we have, doesn't matter, is it Republic Hospital, is it Santaros Clinic, we have 40 kilometers to the border with Belarus. When we are going not straight actually, but through the roads. And sorry to say, Kaunas is in similar situation. We have more than 80 kilometers from border with Kaliningrad. And Misha here, it is the paramedic with whom we were going to Dnipro last year, and he was explaining all these distances. All these distances are very important, because stabilization point, okay, some people will argue what I'm not right, maybe it's closer or a little bit far away from the border, but anyway, it's 5 to 15 kilometers. Place of primary surgical intervention like 20-30 kilometers, and military hospital, for example, in Zaporizhia, is like 50-60 kilometers from the front line. And most interesting thing, what if we are thinking about Vilnius, today Vilnius, we could be just, could happen what we will be place of primary surgical intervention. We should build the hospital according to that. Once more, during our visit in 2023, we were visiting Chernihiv Hospital, and when I was preparing presentation, it was very important to me to remember how it was. We were explaining what Chernigov was completely cut off, actually, in first days of the invasion. And it was also huge damages of the hospital where, and also kilometers, it is the same story as we have now. It is 80 kilometers from Russian border and 50 kilometers from Belarus border. We were discussing, you was discussing here what we are prepared, we have privilege to have huge amount of people who are prepared to have to do medical things. I am looking into that little bit from another perspective, and I was just I said I am intensive care doctor. I was just making calculation, and I have some coefficient, which the name of coefficient is peoples dedicated to the war. Sounds not okay, but if you will calculate Israel peoples could change my mind, but coefficient is 1, so all the peoples, they are ready. Ukrainians, it was 100 military personnel in terms of medical personnel, from 450,000 of total medical personnel there. So coefficient is 0.22. In Lithuania, we have 10 times less. So that means what me, civilian doctors, I should be the one who will make all medical things if crisis will start. I have 2 guys, I am learning from them in our team in the hospital, and I was asking, okay, how to start all the things, what are the figures are, and they said, come on, it was some study, it was some presentation, and in terms of amount of people, because we should think how many people will come to us. So, and is it 1,000 problem? Is it 2,000 problem? I think it is 30 during few hours, it is problem. But in this study, it was 3,650. And now we are coming step by step to general things which is actually needed for infrastructure for emergencies. So here I have just our hospital data, and definitely we need heat, we need electricity, and if you will ask question afterwards, I'm actually, I said I was learning from our specialists in the hospital what electricity is the key element of all preparation. So that doesn't mean what you should have 1,000 generators, but you will understand later what you need some fuel and things which close to the hospital or supply afterwards. And in terms of generators, we were calculating 72 hours. Thanks for information from Ukraine. We need additional 55 tons of fuels to provide working of very necessary things in this huge hospital. It's not all the hospital. Heating is also important. Is it so simple? It is not, because we need for 72 hours 90,000 liters of diesel, and these 90,000 liters of diesel we could bring to the hospital in 3 huge trucks. And these 3 huge trucks, actually, if you will ask artificial intelligence where to find it, for today you could find that in 3 gas stations. So it's also idea from my colleagues maybe to have gas station in the hospital. It's quite reasonable thing. Heating, I don't know we have or not people from municipality in the meeting, but this is Vilnius municipality. And heating is problem. We need 4 megawatts in normal condition for the hospital. Vilnius have 13 megawatts, so I hear from Kaunas what they are ready. But if you will ask me, not. In this case, we are not ready. If it is winter, if it is such kind of winter like we have last one, it is huge problem. Clinical and vital needs, water, the main thing. We need 500 cubic meters of water every day. Medications, the same story. And I was just coming to these figures, and the organizers were saying what kind of shit you were sending in terms of slides. But this slide is very important to understand the situation. It is 1,500,000 liters of water for 72 hours. So we need water from somewhere. You cannot just keep that in the hospital. Drills, okay. We are doing with some success, with some problems, but this is also very important. Doesn't matter when are we talking about 72 hours, are we talking about 2 weeks, about 2 months. But if to come to 72 hours, so I was listening precisely Ukrainian colleagues, they said everything, what is needed. And if to come back to this Lithuanian Defense Power study, just think what 1,000 patients are coming to Vilnius hospitals during 3 days. Huge amount. But what we should say here, it is actually not our task to make some conclusions from that, but I refer to this nice guy from Dnipro Hospital. He was visiting us a few months ago, and he said, you should learn how to just smoothly accept a large number of victims at once. If you will collapse during entering, your help will stop. And what we have also, it is lessons from Israel. It is October 7th of year 2023. So it is very nice article. I just recommending to read it. And amount of victims was 673 during 24 hours. And then we should raise questions for ourselves. Could our hospital accept such amount of people? My answer for today is probably no. Because hospital is huge, so we could put them there, but we should imagine what we should think about smooth transfer of the patients to other hospitals somewhere. And if we will ask ourselves, are we ready to do that? Probably we are not. And there are some nice lessons from this article. And actually, I have no time just to go through every one. It is other articles here about the event, and it is very sad to say what was happening, but anyway, this event is very nice lessons for everybody. What you need such amount of computer tomography, such amount of X-rays, such amount of what is the problem. Also, we are forgetting what not only soldiers, but also civilians will come. And they are different, because soldiers will come, hopefully they will not come, but if they will come, so they will be after some triage. Civilians will come just with zero, and the same things happening in Ukraine, the same things was happening, as I understand, in Israel also. And transferring where to put this additional amount of patients. So it is transfers from two hospitals, two main hospitals of Israel who admit victims of the event. So you need sufficient amount and high quality transfer to another places. What about 2 weeks? So amount of patients is clear, 3,000, 5,000, actually doesn't matter here. But here we should come to the things which are coming from Ukraine. We should understand what, this one is not working, but 200 hospitals, actually I don't know, was it ruins or not, but was attacked during 2-3 months of invasion. And even children hospitals at the same time. Here, actually this is picture of Kiev Children Hospital, and where we are surviving just due to the shelter which was built before. We are coming to very small hospital, which is Mykolaiv, and we have some agreement with the hospital, and these people are coming also to us to learn peace medicine at present moment, but we are also there, and Mykolaiv today is like 60 kilometers from front line. During the war, we were building underground facilities. Okay, it's not huge, but also hospital is not huge. Hospital is 800 patients. We built 1,000 square meters, and I was asking my colleagues, it's already working. And when we are coming to 2 months, it's actually nothing very much to say. It is medical surgical response according to literature from Ukraine. It is hospital conditions and challenges. It is just all these simple things which you should learn. Staff shortages happening not only in 2 months, and as we were hearing from Ukrainian colleagues, even during first days it could be the problem. So, how to build this nice building? When we are talking about Lego, it is not available now, but it was 150 euros. We need money for preparations. Discussion in the beginning of a conference, we touch that problem. We were calculating just simple. If somebody will give for me 3 million euros, I will do all the necessary things for underground facilities. We have it, but to improve, I was mentioning supplying of electricity and such kind of things, we need it. If you are waiting for some real conclusions, I have no conclusions. I would like just, it is some philosophy from intensive care doctor. What we are small country, potential enemies are big. In the event of war, Santaros Clinic could happen what we will have major stabilization point. We must learn to concentrate and adapt to the situation. And the last one is most important thing, which I bring from Kiev when I was visiting in 2023. We need to prepare. And we said, okay, it was 5 plans how to make things. What was happening, it was 6 scenarios. But preparing for something is much more beneficial than not preparing for anything. And what we need also, we need really cooperation between health ministry, Vilnius municipality, military, and hospital. And for the end, I would like to say what I have no conflict of interest with Lego company.
Thank you, Professor. And now it's time for our questions. Just one moment. Here.
Now I'm having two mics. Thank you, Professor, for excellent presentation. There is a situation in Lithuania. You talked about shortages of staff, possible shortages. And there is a situation that many of doctors serving in military are both working for hospitals or even polyclinics in Lithuania, and so do nurses. So according to your perspective in meanings of possible threat, is that advantage or disadvantage? Or maybe both? What is your perspective as a member of such a big hospital?
You mean working in several places?
Military and civil, yes.
I could answer like that. I could refer also to Misha, which was driving with us. So to have doctors, nurses close to the front line is too expensive. We will die, according to Ukrainian experience, very quickly. So we should keep them in the places where we could act. And if to concentrate, if somebody will ask me what to do, so we need paramedics who will teach. Okay, you need also me. I could learn, I could teach soldiers to make all necessary things in the front line and to bring patients to us. This is the solution, because if we hear what we are rich in medical staff, even in this conference, we are, but the end of the story will happen very quickly if we will send them to the front line.
Thank you.
Do you have any more questions? No. Thank you, Professor, once again.
Thank you.
And now let's continue with blood supply resilience. Logistics often go unnoticed until it starts to fail. And in war and crisis, blood is one of the very first systems to be tested. Please welcome Domantas Gutauskas, Director of National Blood Center, to show us what resilience actually looks like.
Hello, colleagues. Hello, hosts. I'm grateful that you are having me here. Blood topic is sometimes forgot, and here in this military medical conference it's actual, so thank you for that. So let's start my bloody presentation. So blood supply resilience, contingency planning from risk to response. So I have no conflict of interest. We have 5 locations in Lithuania of the National Blood Center, so bigger logo symbolizes the places that we are processing blood, and small ones are just collection points. And laboratory is centralized in Vilnius, meaning that on peacetime it's very good in economical measures, while all the samples goes to Vilnius are being tested in one place. But as you see, Vilnius is only like several kilometers from Belarusian border, and if something happens, we could have problems. So we have evaluated the possibility to send our tests for, if something happens, to send our tests to Kaunas University Hospital, Kaunas Clinics. Thank you for that, and we have some unofficial arrangement to move testing to central Lithuania. When thinking about emergency situation, it is very important to prepare the appropriate legislation empowering medical personnel to make proper decisions and take adequate actions for the situation. The National Blood Center of Lithuania, together with the armed forces, prepared special requirements for emergency donor testing, blood donation and transfusion during mobilization, military operations, and martial law. This document is intended for healthcare professionals providing support to military units. It is based on the other Lithuanian medical legislation and NATO STANAGs. So, NATO standardization agreement, maybe in this conference you will talk about them more, but to be short, it's a formal agreement between NATO member countries that standardizes procedures, equipment, terminology, and technical requirements so that their armed forces can operate together effectively. Several STANAGs relate specifically to blood supply, transfusion, and medical logistics in military operations. They ensure that blood collected, processed, and used by different NATO members is compatible and interoperable during joint operations. Blood STANAGs are important because they allow blood collection in one NATO country to be safely used by another country's military medical system. And here we see the must. What is the NATO territory and how many people live here? You can imagine. So interoperability, changing, and common knowledge, standardization is very, very important. Golden hour. So golden hour is the first 60 minutes after severe traumatic injury where rapid control of hemorrhage and early transfusion significantly increase survival. If transfusion is delayed beyond this window, risk of acute traumatic coagulopathy increases and we have sharp rise of mortality. So you see here, stop bleeding, restore oxygen and clotting. So we can use the whole blood from civil donors or military walking blood bank. What is whole blood? You almost all of you know already. So Lithuanian armed forces has already started testing soldiers for low antibody titer whole blood, and walking blood bank is being established. We are also, as NBC, doing that in civil life. To date, the National Blood Center has listed around 12,000 of low-titer donors in our civilian walking blood donor panel. Plasma. So in military actions, we can use lyophilized or spray-dried plasma. The outcome of both are basically the same, but there is a huge gap in pricing. 1 unit of lyophilized plasma would set you back like 200 euros, a little bit more, while only consumable set of spray-dried plasma, which is more convenient for small blood centers in military measures, but only consumables would cost you around $500 US, not including the price of plasma. It's not my slide, it's a beautiful slide of Major General Timothy Hodges, Chair of Comets. And here you see that 20 patients of 100 hospitalized need blood transfusions. 8 whole blood equivalents is such amount of red blood cells, plasma, cryoprecipitate, and platelets. So it's just beautiful visual slide by Major General Timothy Hodges. When preparing for military attacks and plan our contingency, we have a good data from NATO countries and blood panel recommendations also. However, it is always good to keep in mind that NATO has never experienced a battle on its territory, especially long-lasting field battles. So we would have the battle on our territory, and the Ukrainian example would be more likely in Baltics. In this context, I believe that Ukrainian example and measures are the best that we could rely on today. So what Ukrainians experience, I mean blood centers, so 30% of staff fled away. They prepared a mobilization plan, and up to date, they have around 40% of increased blood consumption compared to peaceful time. So impact of threats on the blood supply. Blood supply resilience depends not only on one risk, but on the ability to manage several risks at the same time. So I will not read. You see threats that I have listed and possible impacts. And now we'll talk how to solve these things out. So actions that we as a National Blood Center propose. Increase stockpiles of disposables and reagents. We increased that for upcoming 90 days. Create walking blood bank in armed forces and emergency civil donor panel. Train staff from other medical institutions, like especially polyclinics, because hospitals will have really a huge load of job if something happens. So polyclinics probably will be will have a bit less of occupation. So we decided to train some staff from them for collecting blood or for donor selection. Make agreements for blood reallocation and stocking with hospitals in case of emergency. Think about fuel supply that was mentioned in previous slide, but here I would like to stop. Even having some fuel, usually especially bigger entities wouldn't store this fuel in barrels. We would have some underground reservoirs, and so did the Portuguese blood centers and hospitals. And when they had electricity shortages, like 2 years before, they had a problem because they forgot about manual possibility to take out the blood. Everything was electrified, and electrified pumps didn't work. And they didn't have those manual extractors. So let's think about that. It's a cheap thing, but just needs to think and to be located nearby your fuel supply. We need to prepare communication strategy to avoid panic in the donor population and avoid or counterattack misinformation, which is very, very likely. Also make agreements with neighboring countries for emergency exchange. So thankfully for our Ministry of Health this year, we have memoranda of understanding with Latvia and Estonia in terms of exchanging blood products and also devices or consumables for blood preparation. Also, my recommendation is to build reserve blood establishments, and we are going to have 3 of them in Lithuania. Of course, it's artificial intelligence image, it's not a real one. I would like it to look like that, but it would be more simple for sure. It would take around 100 square meters, maybe 150, up to that. And we are not going to equip them fully, but just to prepare to have electricity installation, ventilation, water supplies, etc., etc. Here I wanted to show you a possibility to to carry blood by drones, but 2 years ago, if I was presenting, I would emphasize that it's a very good option. But now, as anti-drone devices are so developed, might be that it could be just waste of blood, and drones are better in peaceful time where you have mountainous topography, like in northern Norway for sure, for example, or Finland. But in wartime, I wouldn't rely on them too much. So coming back to reserve blood establishments, underground blood establishments, the perfect example of fortified one is Marcus National Blood Services Center in Ramla City, Israel. It is an 6-floor building, 3 of which are underground. And it houses blood bank laboratories, transportation center, secure fleet parking for ambulances. The second underground floor is equipped with a powerful air filtration system that would enable staff to continue processing blood if there was a chemical or even biological attack. And the third and deepest level contains the blood storage vault for 25 units of blood dedicated for civilians and military. So it's a beautiful example, and we could only dream of having such a thing in Lithuania, but congratulations, Israeli colleagues, you are really, really good in preparing, and thank you for showing your example to us. And now I will present an algorithm of supply of blood and blood components in Lithuanian armed forces during mobilization. So it will be not a classified information unless I wouldn't show you that, but I would kindly ask not to take pictures, okay? Ministry of Health and Ministry of National Defense. Under them are institutions, National Blood Center and Lithuanian Armed Forces. Both of them designates coordinator for this military offense. We have not only National Blood Center, but also Santaros Blood Center and Kaunas Clinics Blood Center, which would be coordinated by the central institution and would become like parts divisions of the blood system. So blue lines, blue arrows represents information dissemination, and red ones blood delivery. Also, we have military logistics support bases that could be used, not a place, it could be SUV or just a place or some house, I don't know, anything that is suitable for the moment. So, both ministries are communicating directly with the institutions with their designated coordinators, and coordinators have a line between themselves. No information goes to any other units. NBC coordinator orders the amounts of blood that is required for military use. Branches of Lithuanian Blood Center present it to the arranged places, or so-called military logistic bases, and then directly to Lithuanian Armed Forces. So what is the most important thing here, and not only in blood delivery, but in any medical actions, interactions between institutions, is that we separated information in segments, in such segments that people who work in the National Blood Center and take decisions do not know what military people would do with the blood. Also, military people do not know how it's collected, where it's collected, and exactly when it will be presented. So these closed informational segments would preserve us from information leakage on betray or bribe or whatever. So we are proud that this algorithm is prepared together with our Ukrainian colleagues, and especially thanks for head of Ukrainian blood supply, Alexander Serhienko. So that's about it. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful conference, and I must apologize that I need to leave to the meeting of European Blood Alliance, and I cannot be with you anymore. So, but of course, I will be happy to answer your questions if there are such. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Andrei Slavutsky, MSF mission in Ukraine. Just to clarify, at which level actually happens blood transfusion? I mean, legally acceptable act of transfusion in combat medicine, or which is the strategy? I mean, when you show this, that this goes to the military unit, it could be different levels.
Mm-hmm.
From Ukrainian experience, we see, and there was a long debate actually whether it can be shifted to responsibility of the combat paramedics.
Yes.
And you know, because the evacuation routes taken a long time, and it's life-threatening, so factually once you bring to the first legally acceptable transfusion point, you may have a lot of victims already of non-transfusing the blood. So what is the strategy in Lithuania?
Yeah, thank you. It's a really good question. And we have a problem now in Lithuania that transfusion can only be made by physicians, but we are aware of this problem in Ukraine or even other countries. And together with the Lithuanian medical armed forces, we prepared an order, an exchange of order of Minister of Health, which in, I believe, several months will allow transfusions to be done by paramedics and also nurses. So we are in the process, but still we are limited to physicians.
Hi, Dr. Sheleg. I'm from Israel. I'm a deputy director of a hospital, and thank you for your presentation and the marvelous system that you're building here. And my question is, do you have a computerized system to support and to manage all the data regarding the blood products, where they are, how to treat them, how to not waste them?
You mean for the whole country or for
Yes,
National Blood
a
Center?
national.
Yeah, we have within our National Blood Center, we use eProgesa, so we see everything. We have traceability from the donor entrance to the center till the release of the blood. But when it's released, it's just simple Lithuanian hemovigilance system. So all adverse reactions should be reported to the National Blood Center and Ministry of Health. But we do not have digitalized system that we could see on time. And my question, do you have such a thing?
Well, actually, I was referring to the supply and the number of blood, not only to the adverse reaction, but the number of blood supply products in each hospital and in each post. And that was my question.
I got your, yes. So according to Ukrainian experience, they thought about that, and finally they came up to decision not to transfer this information in digital way, but instead use paper, because you know, this digital system could be hacked by enemy, and they would release, they would take the information which says a lot about movements, about battles, etc., etc. So they decided not to do that on a digital way, but on paper instead. But Israel might be absolutely different situation.
So we build a system in our hospital, but it's not connected to the international, to the national system. So I think that's we keep double the blood supplies in war times, and in many cases we have to throw, and it would be wise for us to find a way to transfer the blood supply between different hospitals.
It's a beautiful idea. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you, Professor, once again. And now we zoom out from national to the international level. How does World Health Organization support countries facing multi-hazard emergencies? What support exists, and how do we use it well? Please welcome to the stage Health Security and Regional Emergency Director of the World Health Organization Regional Office for Europe, Igor Pereginas.
Labas rytas, good morning, доброго ранку. My name is Igor Pereginas. I'm Health Security and Regional Emergency Director for the WHO Europe office, and I'm happy to be here today. In the next 20 minutes, I will discuss and describe and seek your guidance 3 domains, and around the one argument. And this argument is that we already heard from our first panelist, is that the resilience must be built before the crisis, not during the crisis. And as the Vice Minister said, or referred to, preparedness is not a project. is the continuous improvement of our readiness to manage all kinds of risks. And of course, we clearly talk about one of the risks here today, but we at the WHO, we help the countries to prepare to multiple hazards, and the risks being the outbreaks of infection diseases, natural disasters, man-made disasters, or armed conflicts. So these numbers are not just a set of irrelevant indicators, but these are the operational reality that we as a WHO work in, as well as you, member states that are present here today. We have 53 countries, we call them member states in our WHO Euro. That's a huge number of the countries with over 900 million population. We have managed and still managing 8 graded emergencies in our region, and they are graded according to the international health regulations. And of course, the major global and the regional emergency, graded emergency, grade 3, protracted emergency, is a war in Ukraine or war against Ukraine. We have our team that works 24/7 in WHO regional office in Copenhagen, received, analyzed, and made advice to the member states, to the countries, 224 pieces of information. We receive every day up to 200 emails, notifications by the IHR focal points from the open sources, 3 highly skilled professionals doing the intelligence every day in our region for you. Then also, you all remember as representatives of your government that the major update to the international health regulation was adopted by the World Health Assembly in 2024, which gives us a new framework for the actions. And for example, international health regulations not only tell the member states how to send signals to WHO, but also mandate member states to maintain the capacities that you need to respond to all kinds of emergencies. So in that sense, resilience requires, as I said, 3 main domains, and I'm simplifying here, and I'm very aware about that. But since we are talking about such a specific topic, I will concentrate on 3 main domains. The governance that has to organize policies, actions, coordination. The services that hold under the pressure and must be prepared. And you saw and we've heard today from the number of experiences, especially from Ukraine. And the communities, people that actually we are trying to protect. So 3, governance, services, communities. Let me quickly go through each of these domains. So the governance. The governance consists, according to the books and the definition, governance is the policy cycle. We need to understand what policies and regulations we have to create in order to be prepared to guide our systems, to be prepared to respond. And many participants, if not all, we already mentioned multi-sectoral coordination. And this is where the main value add of the international organizations like WHO is to bring the knowledge and expertise and lessons learned how to coordinate. We all remember COVID. We all face the challenges right now in Europe and Ukraine's war. We all have all the puzzles in the pieces in our environment, in our governance system as like Lego pieces. But very often these pieces not necessarily come together so easily between the sectors, between the industries, between the civilian, between the military, between the agro, between the animal health. And this is where the risks are. And talking about the civil-mil collaboration, we as a WHO developed a civilian military collaboration framework that we tested in our region with 2 Euro member states, Bulgaria and Romania. And we also have the mapping tool that helps the countries to map the capacities and capabilities between the 2 sectors. And by the way, I would like to congratulate my fellow countryman from Ukraine who is actually celebrating today Civil-Mil Day in Ukraine. May 5th is the official Armed Forces of Ukraine Civil-Mil Collaboration Day, which I just learned from the colleagues from Ukraine. So it's important right now to have this framework. We tested it, we developed it under the Defense Threat Reduction Agency funding, and 8 member states were trained how to use it. We can bring it to the action. But this is not the only framework. Just as I said, this is one that is relevant to the topic of this discussion. Emergency operation centers. This is the nerve of the emergency management. But do they have to be created only for the emergencies? Of course not. They have to be created before. They have to be tested, regulated, staffed, funded, connected to the essential services. And together with the European colleagues, actually, with the Eastern EC, we created the EOC Net initiative, and we conducted a number of the events. One of it was in 2024, where we brought 51 countries to the Istanbul to talk about the EOC net capacities, capabilities, regulations, and everything else. And we also done with, for example, Kosovo, virtual tabletop exercise for the EOC in actions. So that means we have the regulations, we have the knowledge, we can conduct the simulation exercise, and this is what I hear also from the, for example, Lithuanian partners. And the final piece for the governance picture, you have the multi-sectoral, you have the specific operation center, and you have us, WHO. When it comes to the WHO, we play a very specific role during the preparedness and including especially for the emergency response operations. Under the Interagency Standing Committee of UN, WHO has a role of the health cluster coordinator. When the emergency comes and the member states are overwhelmed with the coordinating all the stakeholders, and remember, and Ukrainian colleagues can tell you more, when the such scale of emergency comes, you're not only dealing with your national authorities, you're dealing with the influx of the international NGOs, international agencies like WHO including, your own national authorities. Coordinating this body of supporters is not necessarily easy, and this is where WHO is helpful. Right now in Ukraine, we coordinate over 200 different stakeholders that provide life-saving services to Ukrainian patients, civilians in the front lines, 10 oblasts, and more. So that's why when we discussing preparedness, we also offer our support to discuss the preparedness plans where the WHO role is clearly articulated, mandated, and can be tested, and also can be effectuated as a part of your preparation exercise. The services. Again, I'm aware that we are talking about the specific context, and that's why these services we are proposing to talk about is very relevant what the previous panelists were talking about. Primary health care. They are not necessarily only the entry point for the health services in the peacetime. They are essential, the biggest network of the health service providers that can be relevant, supportive, and helpful for all the member states. In 2024, Estonian government, with their own funding, requested us, WHO, to organize the first workshop on the primary healthcare preparedness for the emergency management. And many, all Baltic countries came and other Nordic countries as well. That was the first event that brought together the experts that knew what they wanted, and this is where the WHO also helped to develop the essential framework, and now it's a global initiative. WHO is leading a global initiative on the primary healthcare preparedness. We can share this knowledge as well. Hospital, as we already heard, critical infrastructure, but we have to remember that hospitals play not only a role as an essential asset for the emergency management, but they have to work in so-called dual track, because you still have to take care of the civilians, you still have to take care of essential needs of the civilian population, to give birth, to get cancer treatment, to get vaccination, because not all population will be engaged directly into the war combat. Out of 37 million of Ukrainian population, roughly 1.5 million are in active military services. There are 33 million regular civilians that need care services every day. Last February, I visited Izum in Kharkiv Oblast, the small town that was occupied and then liberated, where we support the primary health care services. After the local services were destroyed, we put the temporary modules with 7 doctors. And I asked how they do with 15,000 population. And they said they do fine. People are coming back. 60 kids were born there last year. And this is when I was sitting, I was jumping because I'm not used to that, because the shells and the bombardment was happening every 20 minutes. 60 kids were born in this place, and they're staying there, and they need services, and we are providing these primary healthcare services, and we're happy to pay our contribution to this resilience of the hospitals. Pre-hospital emergency services and hospital emergency services. Again, as already was mentioned, integrated emergency medical services as part of the regular services, but also as the potential route for the medevac is essential, because this is not just the transfer of patients from A to B or from the field to the hospital. As somebody pointed out, Ukraine is a big country. It's actually the largest European country, right? And to travel from east to the west, it takes 1,500 kilometers. And this is no fly zone. To medevac somebody from the eastern Ukraine, civilian or military, it takes days to travel. And we, together with the European Union, and huge thanks to the Norwegian colleagues, we established and developed, Norwegian colleagues built from concept to delivery 5 EMT, EMS buses that can drive 1,200 kilometers without stopping, with 5 patients on the artificial lung ventilation. And that's what is needed, because there is no fly zone. You cannot fly, you have to drive. So emergency medical services have to be trained not only to deliver the patients, to stabilize, but to manage the patients on the long way driving. And this is what Ukrainian experience now tells us. And this is what, based on Ukrainian experience, WHO developed first global critical transfer guidelines that are based on the experience from Ukraine and now are demanded by the entire globe, validated by the WHO. We're happy to share. Final point on the hospitals. Hospitals' preparedness and contingency planning must be in place and must be tested, validated, and exercised. And experience from Ukraine and Israel tells you that, and the geopolitical developments and the risk we are facing, that, as I said before, this is not the project. We have to be prepared and ready for all possible crises that are happening, not because we want them, but because of that we have to be prepared for them. And community, the third pillar, governance, services, communities. As Professor Jurkevich just mentioned about the kids and the hospitals, the kids need to know that parents will be taken care, or the parents need to know that the kids will be taken care. How do we share this information? What does it mean? It means that we have to build the trust with our communities. How often we go down to these soft matters, right? Trust. What is trust, right? Especially countries that were under Soviet occupation. What does it mean, trust? How to build the trust in the communities? What does it mean to make people understand what we are doing? Communication, engagement, planning. We in the WHO, we treat communities as the part of the system. That's why we developed, we have a standalone program called Risk Communication, Community Engagement, and Infodemic Management. Because what people know, what people believe, this is how they trust us. And that's why we also develop the tools that can help you to map the community needs and community actors. And we are not talking about the NGOs only. We are talking about the local authorities. In Ukraine, these are hromadas. In Lithuania, I don't know the lowest unit of your governance, but definitely there is the lowest unit of the administration in the state, where this administration should feel that they are not dictated by the central government. They should feel that they are the most important player in the team, and their people are the most valuable asset for all of us. And these people understand what the government and communities are doing for the people. And that's why they will be engaged, they will be listening to your guidance, they will be respond to your requests and demands, and they will be supported. This is what resilience also means. We've done the simulation exercise in the Kosovo and in Ukraine, and I'm happy for colleagues, for Deputy Mayor from Derhachi, thank you for that. They showed the immense level of resilience, readiness, and preparedness to rebuild the entire community because it belongs to them. My experience, again, back in Izum, and when we were asking the doctors, like, how long can you do that? I mean, providing services, enduring the shelling. doctor without any emotions and always. We live here. So that's what resilience means. And we as a WHO, again, back to us, sorry to be selfish a bit, but that's only to give you a sense what we can do. These are not the principles that just, declarative. These are operational principles that are built into the emergency response framework. This is our framework for ourselves, how we launch the emergency response, how we establish incident management team, how we help you to coordinate the cluster in order to jointly facilitate emergency and humanitarian response. We are able to act faster before we understand all the reality on the ground. That's why no regret policies. We come, we support, we invest, we contract, we deliver goods, and then we regret later. No regret policies. We don't regret, always helping people. We are developing and strengthening humanitarian and development nexus. If we talk about European region, WHO Euro region, we are lucky to say that all 53 member states have well-developed systems. We don't have countries where there is only humanitarian actors. Mature or not mature, but we have the systems. That's why, for example, in Ukraine, our philosophy is response, reform, recover. You cannot only neglect, you cannot only do the response, because the life is going on. You have to reform, you have to update your system, models of care, health finance models. This is the reform. And recover. As Derhachi colleague showed, you have to recover always, because if you show to your people that you recover, people come back. And that's why these principles are also vital for us and also transferable to the national policies. And again, a few points that tell us to reiterate where we as a WHO can help to build your preparedness, to achieve the resilience, not as a project, but as a state of mind. So we can coordinate during the response through the cluster. We can provide your surge capacity support during the response through the emergency medical teams. And in WHO Euro, we have, and globally, we have 101 emergency medical teams certified. And last year, first Lithuanian team was certified. Great team that we are very much looking forward to use in other emergencies outside of Lithuania. We have mobile labs that can do the testing even, and we use them a couple of times across the globe. We can manage information system for you to understand what the health resources and services available, and to monitor and look back to the government, to the ministry. We can provide emergency kits. Emergency kits are the kits for 1,500 patients that if you need to stockpile of the emergency kits, surgical kits, NCD kits, immunization kits, we have them pre-designed that they can be delivered and stored as a backup for your national system to be able to respond. So what I would like all of us to take away from this morning, because I took a lot of useful and essential messages. Let us invest into the preparedness and readiness when we can, when we have time to talk, think, and come together during the peacetime. This is the luxury we have when we have somebody responding to the emergency and we can learn from them. We cannot waste this opportunity, and WHO can help doing it as well. Through the IHR monitoring framework, we do capacity assessments, we do joint external evaluations, we do the capacity building. We can jointly with you design and conduct simulation exercises, drills, and tabletop exercises, everything to help you to build your national capabilities to be resilient. Next one, we have to understand that the old-fashioned thinking about the potential risks of military conflicts is over. It's not about two armies coming face to face. It's about the ideologies, cultures, and view of the world are coming together, are colliding. That's why it's not only about the physical combat, it's about the hybrid threats, energy sector, internet, disinformation campaigns. Everybody involved, everybody have to be prepared, everybody have to be contributing to the resilience of the society. As I like the quote of the Finnish president, and I'm sorry to the Lithuanian colleagues I used the Finnish example, but he famously said that armies win the battle, but the running societies winning the wars. This is the main message that tells us that all the sectors have the equal right and equal opportunity and equal role to play while building resilience and building readiness for any emergencies to come. Protect primary health care. Yes, I'm public health physician by degree, but I do appreciate the public primary health care doctors as ones that they will face the reality first. And DRHC colleagues probably confirmed it when they saw and they showed how the doctors were dealing with the risks, the emotions, and the services they provided to the communities and the children. And then the hospital comes, and then the governance, and then the authorities and everything else. So we do our best to prepare the communities' primary health care and the hospitals. At the same time, we should not forget about the classic public health services. Surveillance, outbreaks of diseases do happen. Kakhovka dam destruction resulted in a major environment catastrophe that resulted in and could have led to a number of the waterborne diseases outbreaks like cholera and everything else. That's why Ukrainian authorities did a phenomenal job doing this environment surveillance for potential risks. The destruction of the chemical radionuclear plants can expose all of us to the risks that are of the technogenic catastrophe origin. So that's why classical public health services should be supported, and public health centers should be mandated to do everything they need to do to secure health for all the population that is not on the front line, of course. So we have to have this comprehensive overview, and WHO has either the experience or solutions or examples where we can happy and to share with you. So WHO stands ready to support every country in this room. We are happy to be here, and we are happy to coordinate all the activities from the regional office perspective. And I'm also grateful for your colleagues that joined us last week in Copenhagen when we had the WHO Tool Fair, where we shared all the technical resources we have available for Nordic, Baltic 8 countries, and all came and Iceland connected online. So we are already working with all of your countries, and we're grateful for trust. Thank you very much.
Once again, time for your questions if you have any. No. Thank you for this great presentation. And that brings us to our lunch break. So please be back at exactly 13:15 as we have very important and very distinguished speakers next.
will still be the same. You and me will be the same. We'll be the same. We'll be the same. We'll be the same. Putting all those, only one that can be enough. Can you give me just another for that one who got away? There'll be no rest for the wicked. There's no song for the quiet. There's no hope for the weary. You let them win without a fight. I let my good one down. I let my true love die. I had its heart, but I broke it every time. Putting all those, only one that can be enough. Can you give me just another for that one who got away? Lonely I'm so lonely now. There'll be no rest for the wicked. There's no song for the quiet. There's no hope for the weary. You let them win without a fight. There'll be no rest for the wicked.
Welcome back, everyone. It is a genuine honor to introduce our next keynote speaker. For nearly 6 years, he has led the World Health Organization across 53 countries and 950 million people. He has guided this region during a pandemic, during a war on European soil, during a refugee crisis, and during the slow structural work of rebuilding what those crises broke. He has been a consistent voice for the idea we are gathered around today, that health security is not separate from national security. It is national security. Please join me in welcoming the World Health Organization Regional Director for Europe, Dr. Hans-Henry P. Kluge.
Honorable ministers, distinguished colleagues, We are no longer managing occasional shocks to stable health systems. We are now managing health systems that operate permanently under threat. And that changes everything. This conference is called Resilient Medicine. Resilience demands that we stop treating preparedness as a purely technical discussion for health officials and treat it as a leadership responsibility, shared across government, across sectors, and across communities. As you already heard in the session before, WHO provides specific tools and technical architecture for this work. And I want to step back and offer 3 calls to action that must be taken at the national level and that this forum can help to catalyze. My first call is prepare for reality. I myself, I have traveled to Ukraine 6 times to the front line since the full-scale war began, together with my director of emergency preparedness, Dr. Ihor Perhines, who is here in the room and who is also a former Deputy Minister of Health of Ukraine. Thank you, Ihor. What I remember most is not only the destruction. What I remember most is a phone call I took during an active air raid alert. On the other end were our colleagues, our friends, coordinating health worker support. And what struck me was their calm, their professionalism, their resolve. That is not luck. That is a health system that built its resilience before the crisis arrived. Since February 2022, WHO has verified nearly 3,000 attacks on healthcare in Ukraine. And we see no clear path to peace yet. So our position is unambiguous. While we work for peace, we must prepare to deal with reality. In Ukraine alone in 2025, WHO supported 1.9 million people with essential health services, nearly 1,000 health facilities with medicines and equipment, more than 3,000 health workers through training, and over 6,400 patients through medical evacuation abroad for specialist care, first and foremost to the Baltic countries, for which I want to thank from the bottom of my heart the Baltic Minister of Health. These results show that even under extreme pressure, health systems can be kept functional and continue to serve populations, but only if the foundations and groundwork are laid before shocks hit. Ukraine is not an isolated case. Across the Middle East, an escalation of conflict affecting 16 countries is placing enormous pressure on health systems right now. And Syria illustrates what it takes to keep health systems standing in the face of prolonged crisis. Over 14 years, WHO and its partners have worked to sustain health services in Syria. We ensured essential services, immunization, trauma care, primary health care, kept running through cholera outbreaks and the 2023 earthquakes, and 2 changes in governance. But the scale of what remains is equally clear. Today, more than 15 million people, nearly 2/3 of the Syrian population, are in urgent need of essential healthcare. What breaks down in Ukraine, Syria, or any other country does not stay contained. Disease outbreaks, displacement, and health system failures cross every border, including all yours. So solidarity is not just charity, it is strategy. The question is not only whether national health systems will be ready, it's whether the broader health security environment, including in neighboring and partner countries, is stable enough not to generate the next crisis. My second message is preparedness is practice. It's not a plan. 1 week ago, WHO brought together the Baltic and the Nordic countries in Copenhagen at the regional office for an operational readiness workshop. We called it a toolbox fair. Countries in this sub-region share a common risk landscape, and there is real value in preparing together. The toolbox fair was anchored in WHO Europe's Preparedness 2.0 strategy, a regional emergency strategy adopted by all 53 member states in October 2024 and which brought it to life. We work together through WHO's operational tools across emergency coordination, information management, clinical response pathways, workforce protection, and logistics continuity. Countries presented their own experiences and priorities, and the result was a shared operational picture and a set of priority actions that countries, the Baltics and the Nordics, are now taking home and where WHO can offer the most targeted support. A plan on a shelf does not save lives, but a team that has practiced together saves lives. Translating that into practice means annual multi-sector exercises that bring relevant ministries, including civil and military, and their agencies together. It means operational readiness frameworks that are tested, not just written on the paper. It means that the tools WHO offers are not ends in themselves, but only an entry point to national and subnational capacity building. And my third call to you today is health security requires national investment and cross-sector collaboration. For too long, health security has been treated as the problems of the health ministries alone, funded from health budgets, undertaken by health officials, planned in isolation from other sectors. The evidence from Ukraine, from Syria, from COVID-19, and from every major emergency of the past decade points to the same conclusion. Health security functions when it is treated as a whole of government priority, with the coordination mechanisms, shared accountability, and a sustained financing that this implies. Health security is national security. It belongs in national strategies, national budgets, and national exercise cycles, not only in health ministry work plans. During my last visit to the 3 Baltic countries, I have seen this in action in all the 3 countries. Congratulations. 3 things would make the greatest practical difference for countries across this region. Number 1, strengthen national health emergency coordination mechanisms and plans that bring together relevant sectors and agencies, maintained, practiced, and resourced in peacetime. We can provide the tools, frameworks, and direct technical support. Number 2, ensure hospitals and primary healthcare are assessed and ready, with tested surge capacity, supply chain continuity, and the ability to sustain services under pressure. WHO's hospital readiness tools and the emergency medical teams regional action plan provide also practical entry points. And number 3, protect and invest in primary healthcare as emergency infrastructure. Primary healthcare is the first level of health services that populations turn to into a crisis. It's also consistently the most underfunded when pressures rise. Sustained investment in primary healthcare is a precondition for health system continuity. Dear friends, the future will not be without shocks. The resilient medicine communiqué being discussed today is a great opportunity to make binding commitments to joint exercises, to cross-border protocols, to the budget lines that preparedness requires. The WHO Regional Office for Europe stands ready to support that work under your leadership, dear ministers. What will define us is not the crisis we face. It is how prepared we are when those arrive, and how well we have worked together beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kluge. And now we move directly to the question Dr. Kluge has put in front of us, and we put it to the people who can act on it. From Lithuania, Minister of Health, Marija Jokubauskienė. From Estonia, Minister of Social Affairs, Karmen Joller. from Latvia Minister of Health, Hossams Abumeri. 3 ministers, 3 Baltic states. One conversation about how our health system works and how we can work together when crisis crosses our borders. So please welcome, first of all, the moderator of this exclusive panel, Ugnė Karaliūnaitė, Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Delfi.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this discussion on interoperability and mutual support in war and crisis, a topic that is no longer theoretical for our region. In today's security environment, the question is no longer if our systems will be tested, but when, and how well we are prepared to respond together. The Baltic region has taken important steps towards strengthening preparedness, but real resilience goes beyond national capacity. It requires interoperability, mutual trust, and the ability to act as one in moments of extreme pressure. So let's talk about it with key decision makers from Baltic countries. So please welcome again Minister of Health of Lithuania, Marija Jakubauskienė. Minister of Social Affairs of Estonia, Karmen Joller. And Minister of Health of Latvia, Hossam Abumeri. So let's try to talk a bit and discuss and maybe to draw where are we going, all Baltic countries together. Mr. Kluge just mentioned that our safety depends on how prepared we are. So first of all, I would like all of you shortly to tell that we would align in which situation we are now, how we are well prepared for crisis. Maybe Mrs. Jakubauskienė, you can start.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the possibility to share our insights. And of course, probably the answer would be not just dichotomical, yes or no, we are already prepared or not yet. I would say, and we base our policy decisions very much on that this is a continuous process, of course. And this is not a finite, preparedness is not a finite project. And of course, ministers before me have been doing something to be prepared, and ministers after me would be doing something to be more and better prepared than we are today. And of course, Lithuania, as a frontline state, we very much and very good and well understand the importance of civil healthcare system and the preparedness. And one of the paradigms that we base our activities and our policy decisions, how healthcare system should be prepared, is that healthcare is the continuous part of the armed and military forces and a part of defense system. So those are two dogmas that we base our concept of preparedness.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Joller, how is Estonia prepared, on what stage the country is now?
Well, crisis is always something that you are never prepared for, fully at least. So we try our best to be prepared as far as we can. And I think there is something in common with all of us, that we always understand what we should do, but to really do it is sometimes quite challenging. So what we are doing in Estonia, it's the same. We integrate our civilian healthcare into also to military, and do trainings with military and healthcare facilities in Estonia. And plus we are creating stockpile. And also this stockpile also in healthcare, it is part of normal healthcare, which means that we take our everyday medicines and supplies and we rotate them between hospitals. This is the way how we do it. But in crisis, we always, of course, we have to think on ourselves, because you cannot help others if you are not strong yourself. But I think cooperation with others is also very important. So this is where we are moving towards.
Mr. Mary, what about Latvia?
Yeah,
What
thank you very
stage
much.
you are?
I think that my colleagues already mentioned a lot, but I will try to start with one sentence. Sorry, I will read it because we have a lot of speeches today, and I will try. Preparedness is a process where we work every day to become more prepared and responsive to any emergency situation. So it means that you will never find one country all over the world fully prepared for a crisis, because crises can be different. It could be war, it could be disaster, natural, and so on and so on. And so in the last 4 or 5 years after the aggression of Russian Federation against our brothers and sisters in Ukraine, we have started to rebuild our system, because previously the healthcare facilities in Europe were built on patient, elderly patient, chronic disease patient with chronic diseases, and so we never have prepared for a severe, a huge number of casualties, for instance. And now in Latvia we have also adopted a lot of plans and strategies, and we have started for the last 3-4 years to realize, for instance, as Mr. Carmen mentioned, stockpiling, critical medicine reserve, stockpiling of medical equipment and medicine all over the country, all over the hospitals. We have more than 42 hospitals for 3 hospitals, at least for 3 months. We are also strengthening the infrastructure of the civil society. I mean, the civil infrastructure is very important. We are cooperating the best, actually, the most, or let's say the challenge when you have a crisis, the coordination. So we have established also the Center of Emergency Crisis, let's say, coordinator. They coordinate this different system together, the internal, the civil society, the military, the medical system. So we are working, and we are just, a lot of exercises are going on all the time in different parts of the country, in the hospitals, with the help of municipalities. And I remember very well my friend, Minister of Health of Ukraine, when I told him, how did you manage the first 2 weeks, the crisis after the attack? He said, we had a lot of plan and strategies. We have 100 of pages, but we didn't have time to read it. So it have to be a very comprehensive plan, a very concrete, things to do in the first 2 weeks. We have to stabilize and to be sure that we are going to hold the pressure on the health sector in the first 2 weeks, and then afterward we can try to communicate with neighbors and on the EU level and to get an additional help and aids. At the beginning, we have to be sure that we are ready to hold the pressure in the first 2 weeks.
So as I hear, all countries, all 3 Baltic countries are doing a lot and preparing step by step. But I guess what war in Ukraine also show you can be strong, you can try to prepare, but alone you're still, you still need help from your neighbors or alliances. And Mrs. Jakubauskene, maybe today we are talking about interoperability. So you already said what is being done now, but how would you see how Baltic countries, what should they do in short period to increase interoperability?
Actually, we are already, if something, God forbid us from that, but if something happens today, we are already a part of NATO, EU, and the Baltic state system of preparedness, and we will actually react and work according to those standards. The possibility of being flexible and adaptable are probably the features that basically describe us and how well we are prepared. So I think that generally we have plans, as Minister Hossams mentioned. Yet we, of course, also because of the not practicing it so well or paying so much attention to that, we will probably suffer and experience the inevitable margin of human error as well in crisis management. However, what I would also say that probably the level of preparedness we are at the moment, we can compare ourselves with ourselves. How prepared we were a year, half a year, 5 years ago when the full-scale war in Ukraine started. So this is just to remind once again that this is a continuous process. We feel very much a part of international community, international algorithms, and we would probably act and certainly react according to international collaborative agreements.
Mrs. Yoller, talking about interoperability, there are a lot of different dimensions, talking on health and social issues. How should countries decide on which fields they should put priorities? Because we can talk about logistics, legal framework, data systems. There are so many things. What should be first on the list to work together?
It's not a simple question. I think there is no first priority always. If we think how to, well, as Hossams already mentioned, there are different types of crises. We all have endured already COVID crisis, and we made it very well, I think, all three of Baltic countries, and we were not prepared, even not as much we are right now. Right now we are prepared, as Maria said, to any crisis much better than we were back in 2020 when COVID started. So, but at the time of crisis, there is one rule: all kind of cooperation which is already present without crisis works better also at the time of crisis, which means that we should also include all kind of preparedness in our everyday doings. For example, in Estonia, we started with digital prescription already in 2007. Now this is acknowledged in all over Europe, and it depends, of course, on country which have already started with it. Lithuania and Latvia, Latvia and Lithuania. Yes, I have started it for a long time. So if I have a prescription in Estonia, I can buy it also in other Baltic states. We also, at the level of EU, are preparing for health data space, which means that all digital health data can be shared cross-border all over Europe. I'm sure that Latvia and Lithuania are in one, where with you in one accordance. Yes, we agree. So we can start from our everyday practices different. Well, and of course our ambulance in Latvia, between Latvia and Estonia, which is also everyday practice. For example, if something happens close to Latvian border in Estonia, also Latvian ambulance can react. If we have those everyday practices, we have to strengthen them to have it also during crisis. But I'm sure we also need all kind of legal and also data protection regulations, which allows us, for example, if we speak of mass casualties, that we can take like 100, maybe 1,000 patients from one country to another, or move some kind of elderly home from one country to another, or something like that. If you ask for priority, the priority is always people of that country. Whatever we do it for the people. And but you cannot divide people into different parts, one person into different parts like healthcare, financial, and so on. So whatever we do as a country, we have to target in positive way the people.
Mr. Mary, I wanted to ask a broader question, but because you mentioned stockpiling, I will ask a bit narrower question. In the morning, I was having interview with WHO Director for Europe, Mr. Kluge, and we were talking about, for example, in the time of crisis, lack of antibiotics. And really what we discussed, and Mr. Kluge said that even in peace times, we have not enough antibiotics. So, so how to prepare, what can we do? Like, we will not build our own medicine factories, or maybe we could.
No, actually, we are working on this on common. We have established 2 years ago, and I'm proud to say that my state secretary is sitting there. She's the initiator, Mrs. Agnes Verulainen, and she's, by the way, half Lithuanian, yeah? No, so. And she's now the organizing this high-level Baltic working group on critical medicine. And we are working together on different, let's say, platforms, especially small countries, in order to get so-called joint procurement for such medicine, which sometimes is difficult to get. We need sometimes 2-3 years to get an innovative medicine in the Baltic states because we have a small population. The market is small and it's not very interesting for the manufacturers. But we also have actually with Lithuania and with Latvia and with Estonia many memorandum, and we are going to today to sign a joint declaration on strengthening resilient civilian healthcare system. So we have all this, let's say, the legal documentation already ready, and we start to implement them. And what we still working on, and is very important, on the EU level, we are working together as small countries to get in the next Critical Medicine Act, I believe it's in English, that we can have our own joint procurement, and we to get the solidarity, first of all, in EU, because we are facing from time to time a pressure from big countries like France, Spain, Italy, and when we are speaking about the critical medicine reserve, we are facing huge challenges because big countries will buy everything for themselves, and the small countries are going to be the last on the list. And that's why the solidarity approach, what we are going to put, and we put it in the act, it would give us an opportunity that we can get such medicine also in the Baltic states. But you are asking about antibiotics. I think that everybody in this conference remember that immediately after the COVID pandemic, we didn't have antibiotics in different countries. And actually, what we have done, we have just communicate with, for example, with Czech Republics and with the minister, and they are producing this medicine. So what we have to do, we have to invest in our own manufacturer. In Latvia, we have 2 big manufacturing, Alpha and Grindex. And we also, in this high-level Baltic working group, our colleague from 3 ministers are sitting together trying to figure out in the future, in the next MFF investment, in order to push, not to push, maybe to get this fund and to invest in our region to get a bit independence in the case of crisis, that we can produce antibiotics. I think the list was almost 230 medicine. We have added some medicine on it because of the Ukrainian experience in order to get our own medicine for our own people. Of course, it's not going to be in the next year, but if we are speaking about 2029 or 2030, this is the future of our region that we have to take care of ourselves.
Mrs. Jakubauskina, when we talk about defense, we hear already about idea to have like pool where countries would have some armor, and if some country needs it, it could use from the different NATO allies pool of weapons. What do you think about medicine sector? Could this be also with medicines and antibiotics, for example, as we talk?
Of course, I think in between ourselves in the Baltic states, one of our advantages that we have is the trust between ourselves, between our countries. We are the allies in many fields, not only in military, but also in medical and public health and health systems as well. So definitely relying on our closest neighbors is one of our first actions that we invest into. And of course, when we speak about reserves or the pool of tools that we could rely on in terms of crisis, different crises, we think, and as we talk with both ministers, Carmen and Hossams, we talk about joint forces in medical personnel. We want to have unified training models that physicians, nurses, mental health professionals in Lithuania, in Latvia, and in Estonia would be compatibly trained and able to react and help each other. Also, we speak a lot about the infrastructure readiness, and I think that this conference very nicely summarizes and crowns the efforts of our partners in Israel, in Ukraine, in Finland and other countries that help us to be more prepared. So we also share our experience in strengthening infrastructure as one of the key elements of having certain resilience. Stockpiles, as already Hossams mentioned, and of course operational protocols that I also mentioned before, that we act in our countries in a coordinated manner. So investing in those dimensions would allow us to have a reliable resource, increasing our resilience.
Mrs. Yoller, three of you gonna sign memorandum just in some minutes, but do we really need cooperation separately from the EU, or maybe we should rely on EU on this interoperability?
Of course we need cooperation. It's actually inevitable. And we are friends, these three countries. We share common history. We share everything, I think. And it's more than natural to cooperate in the time of crisis. And we have done that before, and we will do it in the future, I'm sure. But of course, the cooperation should be also with the EU, but also if we talk about a little bit narrower scope, then also Nordic countries. Because the mindset in Nordic countries and Baltic countries is also quite similar. And we could see it, for example, when Russia escalated the war in Ukraine in 22. Then many Western countries hesitated. They asked, I was personally asked, are you sure Russia is really so aggressive? Then I was amazed because for us it was so natural to understand the way how a terrorist country thinks or acts. And I think in this regard we are very similar in our way of thinking. And it's always easier to cooperate with those who think alike. And also in greater perspective, what we think here in Baltics and in the Nordic countries, when we talk to, when we say something at the EU level, we can stick together. We can give away the same messages, even if we don't consult before that with each other. We agree. And so I think that's more than natural to have cooperation with those who are close to you, and it's essential also for survival.
Mr. Murray, next question is, okay, I'll try to formulate like this. In the case of war crisis, there is national needs and there is like Baltic or regional needs. So what should go first in that case?
I think that national needs will be first, because if you are not ready on the national level so you cannot help your neighbor. So at this, I think that we should a little bit think about crisis a bit different. We was discussing today all the day about mindset, right? We agreed all together that we should change our mindset. We have to be elastic. We have to be creative. And this is what Ukrainians have done. So they were ready and not ready. I'm sure that no one country will be ready for any crisis. So at least, as I mentioned previously, we should stabilize our national system. At least the coordination inside the country between different institutions have to be done in a very comprehensive way, that I understand at that moment who is the contact person where I will call, in case if I can call. So I have to find out the way to communicate with that person. The second point, and it's very important, that each health care facility, they should be independent and should be isolated from around, I believe in the way or in the region where they have to be independent completely, because I mean electricity would be a problem, so they should have their own electricity, their own food, their own water, and they have to survive for a period of time. And in case of, let's say, I don't want to mention this word, a war in our region. So we had in Latvia several times exercises at the level of the government and with different scenarios. It could be they could attack from this region or from that region. I don't want to mention all the details, but I want to say that and every situation we solve it in a completely different manner. So we have, as a Latvia, we are lucky that we are in the middle. So we have the Lithuanian, we have the Estonian, we have a border from the both sides. So we have a cooperation on the level of the borders, so we can, the casualties, the patient, even the elderly people, move from one region to another. But are we able to move half of the country or half of Lithuania to Latvia or half of Latvia to Estonia? It's impossible. And that's why I believe that we should be enough stable and strong at the national level. And of course, afterward, we are working together on different levels. And we don't have to forget that we are part of EU and we are part of NATO. So there will be a lot of guidelines, what we have to use it at the moment of crisis, and we should have the support either by air or by sea. In any case, we are three small countries, and I believe that Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, it's a very small part from Ukraine. And if you look to Ukraine, how the things are, how the let's say the fighting took place in different regions, we understand they were able to move their people from one region to another because it's a huge country. In our case, we don't have too much variants. We have the Baltic Sea, unfortunately. Yeah. So this situation is a bit different, but we have to keep coordinating. And I believe that the most important things right now, when we were in Cyprus with Maria and Carmen, we had a special talk and meeting regarding disinformation, right? And this is one of the most important cancer. I call it a cancer because I'm a medical doctor, because disinformation war is much more worse than a real, it's much more worse than bombing and so on. So we have to coordinate on enhancing resilience against disinformation. We have to work together and to strengthening the cybersecurity and the protection of critical healthcare infrastructure, because what happened in Ukraine is showed that a certain health facility was isolated completely from all over the region they are, and even from the country. And the minister, he mentioned that it's a little bit funny sometimes to mention such stories, but he said when they needed to send insulin for the patient living on the opposite part, they didn't have an ability to send a car. They had only the river. They used small boats. and horses even. So you have, I'm sorry that I'm speaking a lot about it, but we have to take in consideration the Ukrainian experience, because we are living in a world completely different from the world when we lived 70, 80 years ago in the Second World War. And even the war in Israel and in the Middle East is something different because it's a technology war and we have to be ready for everything.
My last question is the same for all three of you. Mrs. Yoller, maybe you will start. So you're going to sign memorandum just in a few seconds. If we meet after 1 year, what do you think will be done already, and what are your first steps after this signing?
Well, I hope that we have been discussing more, and there is actually something I'd like to add to Hossam's talk about the war. And this is also that can be done maybe in a year, or at least be discussed in a year. This is cybersecurity. As we are becoming more and more digital in our societies, we also need to consider a lot about cybersecurity, and this relies on people. And also it's partial about the false information. So what will be done? I cannot say that that this is something certain, because we have not talked in this detail so much yet, but these talks should be conveyed, and as Maria said, preparedness is a process, so I hope we are many steps further from today.
Mrs. Jakubauskienė, do you think something is reachable, achievable in 1 year?
I think this conference already witnessed per se that we have a political will to work together, to collaborate together. So I'm very sure deep in my heart that on an operational level, talks will start between professionals in all the dimensions that I mentioned: preparedness and training of healthcare personnel, stockpiling, and working according to coordinated algorithms together, so that we will have certain drills in our countries on a practical basis that would slowly, step by step, will improve our coordinated responses and reactions in terms of mass casualty events or crises and emergencies.
Mr. Murray, what about?
Yeah, I think I will continue what Maria mentioned. In the near future, we will have a joint civil-military exercises. And this is very important to make much more exercises, because we had it in each country separated in different hospitals, but we should do it together, because it's very important that we can coordinate in crisis together. And I understood that representatives from the health sectors of 3 countries are also expected to take part in the joint civil-military exercises. And this year Latvia is assessing the participation of this.
So thank you very much, dear ministers. Thank you, audience. And let's go now to the very important another part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ministers. And what you have just heard, we will put into action right away. Our 3 ministers, joined by senior representatives, will now sign the joint declaration on strengthening resilient civilian healthcare systems, a regional commitment that turns this conversation into shared written intent across 3 countries. While our colleagues prepare the table, a short word for why this is important. A document like this does not appear by accident. It is the result of months of quiet work between health ministries, crisis centers, and civic society, to make sure that when something is finally signed, it can also be acted upon. So before the signatures go on the table, I want to acknowledge the people who made this possible. The Ministry of Health and Health Emergency Situation Center for carrying this declaration across every layer of coordination it's required. Our colleagues in Latvia and Estonia for trusting that this kind of regional commitment is worth making. And every civilian servant, every advisor, every diplomat who worked on this in the room we will never see. Thank you. This is your moment too. So, ministers, please, this is the time to finally put it to the paper. Thank you, ministers. Plans matter, but what matters more is whether they work in reality. And reality for Lithuania is not in 5 years, it is right now. For our next panel, ask the harder question of that part. What must change in Lithuania in the next 12 years, not in policy briefs, but on hospital floors? Please welcome our moderator, Gabija Tomkutė, chairwoman of the Santaros Clinic Doctors Trade Union.
Hello, everybody. I want to welcome all of my panel. Please, Professor Tomas Jovaiša, Vilnius Santariškės klinikos, Professor Kęstutis Stašaitis, Kauno klinikos, and Gediminas Ramanauskas, Jonavos ligoninė, head of the Jonavos ligoninė, and head of Lithuanian Hospitals Association. And it's a very big honor to welcome all of you, and after such big and nice honorable event, ministers and all of the people who are here and are interested in our resilient medicine and still here listening to us after lunch and in such a good weather. So now we will have a discussion after you could put some questions and roast us a little bit or give some insights. And today we have quite some, I would say, political theme. Lithuanians' design choices, what must change in 12 months? I would like to ask, do we have a plan? Thomas, do we have a plan?
We do. The short answer, yes. In reality, in the big system as healthcare, 12 months is a relatively short period of time. So to make the 12-month plan meaningful, it has to be part of a bigger plan. So if we say we want to be at the end state of preparedness, let's say in 2030, so what is it we need to do today to be there? So it's the usual sort of a management approach to any project. You say that's the end goal, and these are the steps that I need to make. And if I make a relevant step each year, then the end plan will materialize. Obviously, what we don't know is whether we have 5 years. We may or we may have not. And that puts priorities into the list. So clearly that sets what we need to have, or what we need to be doing this year rather than next year or 2028. So I guess that's the sort of ballpark management structure on how to think about the 12 months and what is it the actual things that we need to do. The easiest option is to use the rule of the 5 S's. So we have staff, we have stuff, we need people need stuff to work with, then we need to have spaces that are equipped and safe enough to do so, and we have to have the fourth S is the structures and systems. We need to have protocols and guidelines in the systems and how we work. And what is probably the most recent addition to the rule of S's is the 5th S, which is the social security, which is important both to our patients, but it's also very important to our staff. So, and these are the 5 broad categories that whatever we do need to address every item on this list. So I guess for the introduction, I'll stop here.
Thank you. This is a good start for us. I would like to ask Kęstutis, what is resilience we are trying to achieve? What is resilience and safety? Could you tell us something? What should we think as a people, as a doctors?
So, good day, everyone. If we think about resilience, the short answer is, what is resilience? Resilience is to ability of system to survive during different kind of crisis and different kind of uncertainty. So if we talk about war and we think what part of system we should change, so first step I will think about mindset. And we all should understand that healthcare system is a very important part of our national defense system. And I can compare how it's important if you compare some military defense machines or our defense system. But I truly believe that if the healthcare system fails during the war, so they will lose the war at home, not in battlefield. And that is very important to understand. The next thing where we should think differently, so we talk a lot about wounded people, but we should understand that during the war, the healthcare system will be not only about how to treat wounded people. So the chronic disease do not disappear during the war, and other people will need healthcare as well. So if we think about resilient society, a resilient system, we should think not only about wounded people, but only about others. And of course, the sign how the system can deal with mass casualty cases is very strong sign how the system prepare for crisis. But still, it should be when we decided to allocate the hospital's facility for wounded people, we do not forget the others people need.
Thank you. Gediminas, I want to ask you as a person who maybe will be coordinated region network, how do you see how it will work, the network, the region, like in COVID times, totally different? What role the region hospitals or your hospital see yourself and prepare yourself?
Thank you. We are proceeding our hospitals municipality, and we are preparing our for the crisis period after COVID times, about 5 years. We are building our intensive care units, intensive survey units. We are strengthening it in all our colleagues in our municipality and regional hospitals. And also, as a part of the entire plan, we are working with our crisis center, with University Hospital of Kaunas, and we are training to communicate, to send and transfer patients to one part and maybe in our hospitals. And also, we are making all efforts to solve our problems, as our colleagues will say, about infrastructure, about personnel, yes, and about plannings of movements and triage and other procedures part. Yes, so we are working together, as you said exactly. We are situations similar to COVID, but also we are some difference because we are thinking we do not have supply enough as fuel, as oxygen, medicine, bandage possibilities, and we will prepare ourselves in our hospitals. Also, we are a little bit another models, but also in this situation will introduce municipality possibility strength as we seeing, and when we are planning our maneuvers, we see that this cooperation very beautiful.
Thank you. Tomai, maybe you could talk us through a little bit. We can imagine hospital buildings or some things we have or we don't or we can transfer, but the staff, do you have, how politics like to say, so many doctors around Lithuania, so many of them? How do you think how it will work during a real crisis?
Well, I guess it's been already mentioned in this conference and in many previous events that during the time of crisis, obviously, we will not have every single member of staff available. Whether it will be down to 50%, 30%, anyone's guess. To start with, we know that we will have fewer people to rely on during the crisis. What is important, though, is that not everyone is the same. So while we have more than 12,000 physicians, doctors in Lithuania, only 10%, or just slightly more than 10%, are those of surgical specialties. And now I'm talking about everyone, like pediatric surgeons and plastic surgeons and all of the surgeons together. So all of a sudden, we're no longer talking about 12,000. We're talking about 1,200 or 1,300. And then if we start reducing that number further, all of a sudden we realize that on the first day of the war or second day or the first week of the war, we will probably have to rely on probably 500, 600 surgeons. So that gives a completely different perspective on how we should be planning as a country our services, not only one hospital, but how many hospitals actually can sustain surgical services, considering the staff that we have. If we look at other specialties that are likely to be relevant for trauma care, say anesthesia, intensive care, emergency medicine, so we have currently less than 1,000, well, we have about 800 practicing anesthetists and to the best of my knowledge, less than 100 of practicing emergency physicians. So all in all, the three groups make less than 20% of all of the doctors that we have. So is it good, bad? It's just the fact. That's what we have to deal with, and I guess that very clearly structures on the staff preparedness. So if we think we need to train a number of doctors in trauma care, be it ATLS or local drills, and I can talk about those in a bit, but that gives us a very select population, so it's much clearer. We don't need to train 12,000 doctors in trauma care. We need to train 1,500, maybe 2,000, which is a doable task. Does that mean that all the others have no role to play? Not at all. It's been already mentioned that the rest of the healthcare doesn't disappear, and actually we will have to rely heavier on the primary care, on the family, on the general practitioners, on the doctors of the general internal medicine, or even the specialists on providing care to the rest of the population. So I think the reality is being very candid about the actual numbers of people that we will be able to rely upon, because I was talking about doctors, but the similar structures and similar proportions are there with nurses. If we look at the general practice nurses, and if we look at the nurses with, let's say, operating theatre experience and or anesthesia intensive care experience. And in terms of the realities, what we do, I guess all the hospitals would have their own examples on the drills. For example, last year we tried how would the hospital cope if we have still a fully operational, fully running hospital, fully running ED, without any stopping to the general population. Can we take in 40 severely injured patients in 1 hour and mobilize additional 300 members of staff? That worked out. It wasn't perfect, but this is the example of the drills that actually prepare us for a day-to-day running.
Okay, and a little bit more about the safety again. Should we all go underground, or only trauma sector goes on underground, and the civilian medicine does what during that time? What do you do with the houses in Kaunas, in Vilnius, in Jonava?
So I agree with Thomas that staff competences are very important, but I think that also a very important part is to ensure that hospital will be more safer or relatively safer place than the other place in the city, just because this investment will be not only to the infrastructure, but this investment will be only in the people, because people will stay in their working place if they feel safe. And COVID show was a very good example when we had personal protected equipment, so the people go to the patient ward and treat them. If we didn't have this, so it was very hard to explain people how to go to a safe environment and take care about patient. So I think that investment to the infrastructure is very important, not only to the fortification of the hospital, but only to different areas which make hospital more independent, so from outside supply. So that's a very important thing.
Okay, may I ask you, Dominos?
Thank you. We know the plans of our ministry about underground possibilities in the hospitals, but we're not waiting so long, because how I said, we are preparing and we are making our underground possibility now, and we are preparing to the problems that will arrive as the heating problems, and we are consulting with municipality possibilities, and now we have decisions how to provide sufficient energy for our hospital, because do not disappear the problems, but the short times and maybe 1 week times we will have possibilities to solve it. We are making ourselves our operation room and underground and the beds for patient, and we are especially, how a professor said, we are preparing about personnel. We are training our personnel, our paramedics, especially our nurses, and how I said, we are thinking that it will be problem with personnel, but I am thinking on the duty regime. All hospital still still working, and in the Sunday weekend and the night period, and this good infrastructure is possible to use if the centers cannot to provide all treatment, all care for patients, and this staying infrastructure in the regional hospitals, municipality can work together. And very important to save this hospital, and especially intensive survey possibilities, operation rooms, and practice nurses, practice doctors. And on my opinion, on my view, we are planning to, if we will be need, we will become military doctors. If we do not need, we will be civil doctors. And about the needs of the government, of the health ministry, or maybe in the military positions.
Tommy, I want to ask, we got back to that 12 months, or I don't know, next week or a month. How many beds Santaros can put underground and start treating? At the moment it's 2,000, yes? Of course, some of them can go home, some of them maybe can not to be in intensive care and to change something, but in a short time, and thinking about heating, oxygen, water, what is possible to do with the real intention?
Right. So the long-term plan, I guess, for the hospital is to be able to run 50% of capacity in a protected space. That's not doable in 12 months. So for the 12 months, we have what we call a Project 300. So that's a project that we would like to be able to run a 300-bed hospital underground within our existing underground structure. And this is something that we could deliver in 12 months. I would like to say we must, according to the title of the session. There are certain things that the hospital can do. So we have the underground places. We can equip it to some extent. Equipment is an interesting one because the hospital, or many hospitals, most of the hospitals would have equipment that, in case of emergency, we would not use that equipment above the ground. So the relocation of the kit, so let's say moving all entire operating theaters from one place to another, is something that can be pre-planned and pre-designed. And we, for example, one of the steps that we did is we buy anesthesia equipment that can run only off electricity, so it's not dependent on compressed air or compressed gas supplies. So it's a simple tweaks in the design of what sort of kit we purchase. So if we have the resilience in mind, we say, fine, okay, if we are in the day X and we don't have any of the centralized oxygen or compressed air supplies, and if we only have a generator, can we do a general anesthesia? Yes, we can, because half of our anesthesia machines have got internal compressors, and it's fine. So these are the simple things. We can deliver Project 300. The biggest challenges, I guess, are the ones that are outside of direct hospital control, and that's where we need support from our external partners. Let's say Vilnius Waters, municipality, in ensuring that that we have those all-important three big cornerstones, so electricity, water, and heating, considering our climate. So electricity, we pretty much sorted out, and we can sort it out ourselves. In terms of water, that's something that we need external support. And in terms of heating, that's probably even that's a plan that should extend beyond the single hospital. But so these are the very measurable and concrete steps that we are already taking. And I guess in 12 months' time, we should be able to show everyone the result of the project 300.
Okay, Kęstutis, I wanted to ask you, of course, what we should think more. Water, it's beyond the question. Heating, how to put everyone, or do we need, we are all anesthesiologists by blood, or we need one surgeon, one knife, and one good hammer. What should we think more in that 12 months for preparing that hospital?
So I will talk about our hospital, Kauno Klinikos. I think that we are quite good. We have good prepared because we have our own water, heating system, electricity, and as a hospital we can stay for several days independently. But of course we have a plan to build and we want to build underground new facilities, but we understand that it took time. It will not happen during 12 months. So yesterday we have a very good session with our colleagues from Israel, and actually before that we inspect our underground facilities. We have a lot of tunnels, and now how many beds we can put underground. But yesterday we understand we should inspect all other buildings, because in all buildings you can find fortified and protected area. It is very important to dedicate safe place, not only for patient but and for staff, where they can spend our alarm time. So some things you can do with a big investment, but some things you can do just with very small investments and very, very wise decisions, what our colleagues from Israel suggest.
Okay, I have one more idea in mind. For example, will be doctors eating there? Will somebody bring food, not only for patients, but for doctors? Because at the moment I'm bringing myself a lunchbox, and the patients they get food from, I don't know, someone organizes it. Have you thought about that part, that personnel will live in for some moment when the crisis hits?
In the smaller hospitals, example, it is not so big problem as in the big hospital centers, because this problem will appear to the big centers. So we are preparing for our personal problems, but in our opinion, we solve it together with municipality and with primary centers, with colleagues. So, but what is very important that we must do peripheral rings of hospitals that will support each other in the position of personnel, in the position of equipment, and in the position of the procedure, the transferring patient. And we are on these plans we are preparing by ruling by the ministry, by the vice minister, but also we are doing in practice. It's very important to do in practice. The plans is all good, but how to take this patient in the operation room that do not working lift? Who must to take patient evacuate from a hospital when we have only women? So we have many problems, and we'll must to take moment about procedures that we must to do and prepare in our hospital. So it's all nice, but also cooperation is very important on my position.
And now we speak a lot about hospital, but I think that ambulatory care is very important as well. And actually, when we look to the Lithuanian data, we understand that we have system which is very highly contact and very highly prescribing system. It means that more than we have about 50% more doctors visit and around 60% more reliance on medication than other European countries has. So it means that, and patient flow to emergency departments each year increase. So we have a time to change the situation now, because during the wartime it will be too late to do some decisions. And now patients have a tradition to go to the doctor, to have medication in the pharmacy. But as we heard from our colleagues from Ukraine, so a shortage of medication was very severe during the first day of war, and the possibility to get doctor consultation also will be very low. So we should learn, teach our patient to be independent as well as we want to make independent hospitals.
Okay, I have a question for Thomas. Maybe I hear that we need to educate patients. We need to build stronger network to be possible to work together in flexible situations. We don't know what happens in which part, but what should we teach our doctors, our nurses now? Should we make them more flexible when we still can? Because later it will be harder. It is easy to do what you know already than to learn some new things when you are on such a duress and under stress, physical even. What should we start learning now? What should we be thinking now? Like mindset. I really liked your approach, but we try mindset and then we do something.
Right. So, referring back to the proportions and the numbers of staff, I intentionally pulled all the surgeons into one. So, orthopedics, vascular, urology, pediatrics. And that assuming that every single surgeon has got a mindset of going in and doing their best when the need comes. So if I would ask a muscular surgeon to operate on a limb, they'll probably be fine. But if I would ask a urologist to do something along the same lines, it will not. So one of the bigger challenges is the sort of more universal nature of what we do. Having said that, I think a very important message is probably to the colleagues that we do not plan to involve in the trauma care or in care of wounded patients. Is that for most part, the message is that for most part people will have to do what they do now, maybe with a slightly broader spectrum, maybe in the slightly different conditions. Maybe the operating room will be in the basement, not on the 5th floor. But for most part, what they will be doing is what they are doing now. And in 12 months, clearly, it's the training and the drills. And say this month we will have drills with sort of military counterparts from the Bundeswehr and from the U.S. forces, trying to land their helicopters and test the patient transfer from our new helipad. So these are all the things that will help to feel more comfortable. So once you've done a drill once or twice, it doesn't seem as daunting anymore. And also tailoring the training to the specific population of our medical professionals. So, there's no point in trying to get a GP to do ATLS if we will not be using this. But, the good news is the Ministry of Health is going to invest heavily in the training, and we will have, probably within a year or two, we will have a large proportion of our doctors and nurses trained in ATLS of that specific population. So it's I think good news in that sense in terms of training staff. But obviously, I would like, talking about the mindsets, I would love our colleagues to have a mindset of a bit more versatility than they do now.
And I think we should implement innovation in our system. I'm talking about telemedicine and to have possibility to treat patient in different way. Because when the war start, we discharge from hospital, we must discharge quite healthy patient to the home and to have possibility to treat them remotely. So I think that we should use telemedicine more widely than we use today. And I'm thinking about the concept of virtual hospital. We as a hospital want to start this pilot project and to have this possibility in our hospital to have virtual hospital and some patients, some group of patients treat remotely. So I think that will help us as a hospital save more, dedicate more hospital beds for wounded patients.
Okay, Gediminas, what do you think in your hospital, what your doctors or nurses should learn in medical stuff? I think not how to run around. In what could they maybe repeat? Maybe, I don't know, surgeons just to remind themselves how to treat 10 therapeutic diseases, or maybe therapeutic section should learn how to change the suture. How do you think to get all of us, like doctors, a little bit more generalist, if you can say, like a little bit everyone can do of everything, because now we are very, very specialized. And then we call the consultant, come now and do for me. What do you think we could learn quickly in a year, maybe something general?
Yes, we have a problem of segmentation of our specialties. As the professor said, we will have, in my opinion, critical time problems. But also the good samples are in our practice. In the COVID time, we opened our COVID department in the long-term care building
Facilities.
Department. So, and install in this department 4 places for ventilation patients. And as I said, the problem with personnel, we do not have enough intensive care nurses. So we introduce our long-term care personnel in the treatment of intensive care patients. And in practice, it will work good. From the legal possibilities, it will be problem. But in practice, it is very, very nice. And as an example, we are planning our exercises on the next week. And our doctor surgery is asking, why do not join to the command gynecologist? Why? In my opinion, it is also surgery specialties and can work together with us. So it is very important to do bigger approach to the problem and not segmentation. Segmentation did not help us. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good idea, but we are running a little bit out of time. Maybe we could go around final remarks, not only mindset, not to forget mental health, and not to burn out only discussing before something happens. What could you tell us to take away, like some things? Tomai?
Well, talking about the 12 months, if we, again, in a similar conference in a year's time, would like us to be able to say that at least all the hospitals in the trauma network in Lithuania have got the autonomous electricity, water and heating supply. So if we are there in 12 months, we've rocked it. And then obviously the training that I've referred recently, if we say that out of the 1,300 surgeons, we have a proportion trained in trauma care, that would be another very good achievement, and that would be a very good step forward in terms of our longer term plan.
Kęstuti?
So I wrote 3 key messages. So first, hospital fortification and independence are essential. It's my opinion. The second, preparedness is not only about treating the wounded patient. And third, I think that we must rethink how we treat non-trauma patient, how to reduce patient flow to emergency department, how to make shorter length of stay patient in the hospital, and how to secure more hospital beds for wounded patient.
Thank you. Gediminai, what do you have for us to take away home?
Yes, we are thinking and to improve our relations between municipality hospitals and regional hospitals, and to solve these 3 problems, as Professor said: equipment, personnel, and procedures. And we must to prepare it. It is very good time to rethink it and do in practice.
Thank you so much, and I would like to tell one final remark, not only from a hospital point of view. I have a trade union. We have some things we discuss separately from heads of the hospitals, and we have a lot of surgeons and anesthesiologists as well. It means people whose patience is very short and who want to do something immediately, and who think that all the politics and heads doing something wrong or not telling us something, and we want to participate as a community. So for me, from today, it's like a moment, like totally different from that, because we are at the moment learning with locked and loaded colleagues how to put it on tourniquets, and what can you do with one hand, closed eyes, and in your car, like just to get back from operating room and you and alone. But for today, the thing I take away as a doctor and a community person, but maybe we should try to educate more people around us and more patients to become more independent, to have some medications at home, to try solve at least one problem at home before going to the hospital, and somehow to strengthen our network as a community, not only very, very professional doctors. So it's for me like a new idea, because I always want to go like in a specialized corner of a hospital. So 000, we are very good at time. Thank you. And if you have questions, then organizers will have for some time of us. So tell us if you have some time. I don't see anyone because the light is very...
No. Oh, yes, we have one. We have one.
Hello, my name is Aurimas Širvinskas. Last year I was in a conference. The name was Be Ready, Būk pasiruošęs. It was organized by Young Doctors Association. And there was a panel discussion. There was president advisor who was not seen recently for a long time. And they received the question, who will take care about the children of the medics while they are in hospital? The answer followed, skęstančiųjų gelbėjimas yra skęstančiųjų problema. So, to translate it, if you are sinking, so that's your problem.
No, it's not true.
That was the answer last year.
Because so we have a plan how to take care about children of our staff.
Yeah, my question, what has changed? And I believe in Kaunas Medical University, yeah, you do have a plan, but I'm not asking about specific hospital. Maybe you know something more, and it's like in Lithuania, not in one department. Thank you.
Well, I guess the 3 of us can't talk on everyone's behalf, but I guess the general understanding among the executives in the hospital is that, and that's why I stress the social security aspect of the 5 S's, if our doctors and nurses and the rest of the team, if they are worried about the families, if they are worried about the safety of the children, they will not come to the hospital to work. And it's just a non-debatable point. So obviously we can't provide social safety and security for every aspect, but for the crucial things, for example, daycare or 24-hour care facility, so that the team who are coming into the hospital can bring the children and the children can stay in the safe place while the parents are working. I think it's broadly understood as part of what we need to do to have staff available. Most of our people have families, and it's just as simple as that. So I know there are already projects in Kaunas. We have, even outside of the war or emergency situations, we have plans in Vilnius because our working day starts at 7. You know, hardly any kindergarten in Vilnius starts at that time. So there are issues that we need to address with childcare even during the peacetime, and that will work a treat during the emergency situations as well. So mindset of the executives in the hospitals have definitely changed since the last conference.
A very short last question.
Maybe I can add when the mic will fix. So actually,
hi.
sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
So I'll just expand the answer. So this particular question is very important, and as you know, some of you might not know, each ministry and some of the institutions have these tasks placed upon them. It's called mobilization tasks. So this issue is this issue stands within the Ministry of Education. So there is an idea, and they are working on it. What to do with the relatives, and that is on the agenda. I know it for a fact, and they are working on it. On our part, for example, with Professor Stashaitis, we visited a few hospitals in Israel, and it was amazing. You know, for example, a hospital in Rambam, there were children running around in an underground hospital, which is converted out of parking lots. It's astonishing. So the responsibility at the end stands with the directors of the hospitals, and on the institutional level, it's the ministries who are responsible for it. So, you know, I hope and I know for sure that some work is being done in the Ministry of Education. So the idea is to use basically, the personnel who is in the education system and the facilities that they have. So that's that.
If I may add, I said I'm from Israel, and this was something that we as hospital managers tackled in the beginning because we realized that we must do it. But sometimes from a distance, a big problem is being solved immediately. So what you must remember is that you have abundance of staff, because whatever you do, your protected hospital is half the size of your everyday regular hospital. So you have an abundance of staff, and they can take care of the children. They can stay outside. But when the alarm goes off, everyone goes to the protected facility. Plus, the big children take care of the young ones. Actually, this site that the Vice Minister talked about was a force of strength to our staff. Became from a problem, how to leave my kids back home, to a situation where they were happy together to see each other every day and to get education in war times, okay? So sometimes things looks very, very difficult from distance, but when the actual time arrives, you find a quick solution, and all hospitals found that solution because the Minister of Health for years is telling us, find a solution. So we did.
Thank you. Thank you for all the panelists. We're out of time. And thank you for everybody. We have a short, I believe already 10-minute break. We will see you back here at 3:10.
chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. Wish that I could stay forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. 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 I didn't know.
My life will never be the same. 'Cause girl, you came and changed the way I walk, the way I talk. I cannot explain the things I feel for you, but girl, you know it's true. I'll stay with you, I'll feel my dues, and I'll be all you need. Feels so right, girl. Such the perfect love all my life. All my life. Ooh, feels like I found the perfect love. That's right, found. Come on, girl. My world, you know you did everything I wanna give. Every step we make, I find someone like you. Come find my world, you know you did everything I wanna give. Every step we make, I find someone like you. Come find time. I knew that love would bring this happiness to me. I tried to keep my sanity. I waited patiently. Girl, you know it seems my life is so complete. I love this truth because of you. You're doing what you do. The perfect love, search for all my life.
And welcome back, everybody. We continue our first day of the conference with guests from Israel. Galilee Medical Center sits in North Israel near Lebanese border. And in recent years, its operations have not been a planning exercise. They have been under daily fire. So please welcome to the stage Dr. Tzvi Shelek, Deputy Director of Galilee Medical Center.
Hi, good afternoon. Before I begin, a few short statements. First of all, I'm here to see EuroLeague playoff, so Sur Pergale Žalgiris, and hopefully they will win. The second thing is a great shout out to our colleagues, our Ukraine friends, we're talking about resilience here, okay? So what the director showed us here today that's true resilience, okay? And resilience comes when it's needed, okay? So it has nothing to do with it, but there's a saying in, like, by a philosopher who says, resilience is not by a person, but it's sometimes by a situation that comes upon a person, okay? So that's what they did there, and shout out for them. And the last thing I want to do is thank our hosts from Lithuania for inviting us to share some of our experience and perhaps to be of assistance to the 3 Baltic nations and whoever could use this knowledge and experience that we gained throughout these few difficult years. So I'd like to take you at the beginning of my presentation to 2021. 2021, we were just waking up from COVID, starting to live our lives again, and suddenly the Homefront Command General calls the director of the hospitals, of all the hospitals in Israel, and I'm sitting there in a room, and he articulates the war. He tells us what will happen in the northern border and what will happen in the southern border, and we were starting to prepare for this for, I would say, decades in my hospital. But in that moment, I realized that things are changing, that the threats are real. And if I had my DeLorean and I could travel in time to that day and tell Zvika, myself, my younger self, all the lessons that I've heard back then, I'd be a much calmer and happier person. So here I am for you guys. God forbid if you ever need some sort of such information, I'll be happy to share with you. And we have a few meetings with hospitals in Lithuania, so we're trying to give all the knowledge and experience that we've gained throughout the years. So it's going to come, and if and when it's going to come, we need to be ready as an organization. My name is Dr. Tzvi Sheleg. I'm the Deputy Director of the Galilee Medical Center. I'm in charge of the emergency preparedness of the hospital for the past 10 years or so. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer. You will see in my presentation that these 2 things combine. I'd like to say that my hobby, aside of basketball obviously, is an ophthalmic surgeon. I still perform cataract surgeries on every day, but my other capacity in the Israeli Defense Force is I'm the Chief Medical Officer of the IDF's field hospital, which is the first one to be accredited Tier 3, the highest tier by the WHO, and probably the most experienced one in the world still. And under this capacity, I had the chance and privilege to be part of missions to Haiti, earthquake in Port-au-Prince, 2010, in Kathmandu in 2015, and just recently in Turkey in 2023. And I'm telling you this because some of the things that I've gained and the experience that I've gained in these crisis-struck zone using critical disaster medicine to treat civilians who were severely injured by earthquake have gained me a few more tips how to encounter what we have done in the past year. So the Galilee Medical Center is the closest to any border in Israel. It's 10 kilometers away from the border with Lebanon, where Hezbollah is sending many regards still to this day. And it's quite a big hospital, but there's one thing you probably don't know that much about our region and Israel as a whole, is that to us, diversity and inclusion is not a statement, it's a way of life. Because Israel was considered for many years to be a melting pot of Jewish people from all over the world, but now, at least I look at Israel as a melting pot of Israelis from different religion, different cultures. And you can see that our staff is as diverse as our community. So half of Israel is Jewish, but the other half of our region, at least, I'm talking about our region, sorry, half of our region, the community is Jewish, but the other half is non-Jewish. Some of it, most of it, are Israeli Arab Muslims. A big part of it are people from all over the world, Ukrainian people, or part of our community, Christian Arabs. Actually, my boss, the director, the CEO of the Galilee Medical Center, is a Christian Arab. And so this is one thing that not everyone knows, and to us, this diversity gives us strength, because we are different, but we fight for our country. We fight for the same cause. We fight visor to visor with our colleagues against the pandemia, and we do so these days as well. We're not a big hospital, lucky number of beds, I would say. 5,000 births. I was in the Kaunas Clinic yesterday, which is huge comparing to our hospital. But we're a university hospital, okay? 2/3 of our faculty go through their clinical training in our hospital, and we've managed to enter the Newsweek Best Hospitals list for the past couple of years, 2026 as well. Just so you know, our hospital, we're not a small, non-advanced hospital, okay? We're not a Mayo Clinic, but we're pretty good in many stuff that we do. You can see we obviously perform robotic surgeries for 4 different disciplines. Many surgeons, they go into the robotic surgeries. They're very proud of it. We're the leading department in laparoscopic vaginal approach, which is quite challenging. We do gender-affirming surgeries. One other hospital in Israel does so. So we do live in the northern part of Israel, but we're not small or advanced. We perform the best practice medicine the Western medicine can offer our community and civilians. Obviously, being a startup nation, we try and we continue to adopt and be part of creating new technologies. You can see here, obviously, most of the AI that has entered the hospitals do with imaging, which allows the doctors to do a safe and fast work. So we have a few applications that are for quite a few years now already inactive, helping our physicians to make decision supports. And in some case, even the right one, Viz AI, is a company that was established in Israel, now is obviously worldwide, selling for hundreds of millions of dollars. And one of our, the chief of our imaging department was the one who was part of the innovation building it. Obviously, telemedicine, which Kestutis wisely mentioned in his lecture, which is something that any hospital should start doing for many good reasons, but also for resilience and looking forward to challenges. The last slide that I'm going to show you is of a patient that might articulate the experience that our hospital has. So between 2013 to 2018, for 5 years, we received over 3,000 casualties from the Syrian civil war. I could speak hours about this mission by itself, but I just wanted to show you one picture so it tells 1,000 words. So this guy was a nurse at Damascus. He arrived to our hospital 10 years ago, was 2016, and his right side of his face was obliterated. And 10 years ago, we were using 3D CTs. We drew his facial components and then used a 3D printer, point of care, that we used inside our hospital, and then created a fully reconstruction of a face. I must say this is the toughest case that we tackled during those 5 years. But after a year and a half, this is how he looked. His only complaint that his nose was a bit Jewish, but he was okay with that. So we were very proud of this case, but obviously there were quite a few. So I just wanted to tell you that even though we're a small hospital up north, we've been privileged of helping many people during these conflicts. Now, the threats were immense, and I'm not going to talk about everything that happened or still happening or might happen in the future. I'm just saying that pandemic that everyone was going through, major road accidents that happen in every big city, obviously war, terror, missile attacks, but we're preparing for earthquake. And in a few minutes, I'll explain a bit about how our hospital is preparing itself. Now, there's a saying in our hospital that if it's not missile attack, plus drone attack, plus earthquake, tsunami, and a cyber attack, this is not an emergency situation. But basically, we all the time work on preparing our hospitals. And like it was wisely mentioned here, resilience is a continuous action that starts with policies, drills, re-policies, re-drilling, and all the time working to make a situation that your staff is aware of the scenarios that might happen and is mostly ready for it. Infrastructure is highly important, but it's not resilience. Because there's no bunker that is safe enough for a ballistic missile. Even not, I mean, there are, but it's unacceptable for medicine, okay? So you should get every new building to make sure that you're fully resistant, but you should cultivate a culture of readiness in your organizations. And this is something that can be done in a few months. It must be continuous. And then it will allow you much more resilient. And so we thought we were prepared, but obviously the October 7th, we found ourselves in our protected headquarters underground, and the director of the hospital said, we're going down. It took us a few days because it's quite challenging to do it the first time. We did it 3 times already. The third time, it took us 4.5 hours to go from 800 beds to 400 beds. 4.5 hours. That's how intense and how important and how specific readiness for a situation like that is happening. So we're not going to go over the numbers because I see that my time is counting down. Just thousands of patients, injuries, soldiers, and once we got down to the underground facilities, we realized that we were practically blind. The first thing that we did when we went down under, not too many Australians here, right? So we realized that we're not prepared. We were preparing all of our lives above ground. So we had all the drills, all the idea of how to take a hospital from a regular, everyday normal life and to switch into a mass casualty event situation, but we didn't do it underground, and it was different, and we were blind to everything that was going on there, okay? The challenge is huge. We realized in the beginning of the war that we have 6 trauma beds, and we needed more, so we opened 3 more trauma beds, okay? Not as big and comfortable as the ones I saw yesterday at Kaunas Clinic, and probably I'll see in a few more days in Vilnius, Stratus, but we can save lives in these situations, right? So the big thing is going from 400 to 800. So how do you do it? There are many patients in your hospital every day that can be discharged to a different hospital or back home. And the idea of telemedicine and the idea of home hospitalization is rising globally for all the right reasons, and it's especially important in a time of crisis like that, okay? I would like to be hospitalized back home. If I could care, they can operate me in the kitchen, I don't know. But you need to be in your safe environment when you're hospitalized. But obviously, if you have to take a hospital and to discharge as many patients as possible, you need a system to give the information as quick as possible to your HMOs, to your general practitioners. Otherwise, the patients that were hospitalized in your hospital and are now in their homes will not be treated properly. Now, during the beginning of the war, we tried to understand what are the scenarios our hospital would have encountered, because we're close at the border. And in some situations, we might switch to what we call a triage hospital. And it's a change in the state of mind of your doctors and of your surgeons. They cannot help people anymore. All the procedures and all the diagnostic they do is only to identify if it's a life-saving condition. If not, it's being transferred to a different hospital. So this is something we had to do in a very short time. All in all, we stayed over 30 months on and off. In these 30 months, we stayed about 16 months underground. We have a concept that our critical sites need to be fully protected in their natural habitat. So this is highly important because a nurse in the trauma room and a surgeon in the operating theater, they must know exactly what's going on around them. They must feel comfortable. Where they work every day, that's the place that they need to be performing surgeries, even in war times. So our hospital, all the critical sites are fully protected in their natural habitats. So that's the ER, that's the trauma rooms, that's the 9 operating theaters, that's CT, that's laboratory, that's intensive care units. Everything is fully protected in their obviously cath labs, okay? All the ICUs. And it's all connected with underground tunnels wide enough to fit beds, and obviously some of them wide enough to fit an ambulance that comes from the outside helipad, okay? And during this time, it's not only war all the time. So there's a missile attack a few times a day, and every few days you receive 10 to 15 severely injured patients from missiles, from drone attacks, from anti-tank missiles, from whatever challenges our civilians and our soldiers receive. But beside of that, we have to treat our community. People still get heart attack. People still get incarcerated hernia. People still perform a cerebrovascular accident. So during all this time, we are fully functional, fortified hospital that is working 24/7 for a period of 14 months. 14 months underground and fully protected. Now, in order to do so, we need to see what's going on in our hospital. So the first thing we did after we went to the underground facilities and we started drilling, we understood that we're blind. And we made a decision to build an application that will allow us to control the hospital in everyday life, but also in a mass casualty event. We gathered the stakeholders who manage the hospital, the ER manager, the operating room manager, obviously myself at the headquarters, the labs, everyone, we sat down with them and we identified their true needs. We told them, this is a scenario. 3 times a day, a missile attack, each time, dozens of patients. Now, let me know what you need. And tell me what you need for us to allow you to control. And in a matter of 3 weeks, we've created an application that allows us to see the hospital, to look for bottlenecks in a mass casualty event, to allow massive evacuation from our hospital to other hospitals so we can accept more hospitals because we live near the border and we have to always, if we get a lot of intake, we need to find a way to evacuate patients. We have blood bank modules. We have module for human resources. At any given time, I can take out my phone and look for the pediatric neurosurgeon, making sure if he's on site or who is the neurosurgeon that is on site right now. And immediately I can call him, okay? And our gases and our fuels, electricity, water supply, everything is monitored electronically and allows us to control anything. Everything is used on regular time, but the same application that is used every day is used during wartime. This is very, very important. Beside that, it's impossible to control it, and everything has to be in the palm of our hands, using our phones or our iPads. If we don't do that, no one's going to use it. It has to be quick. It has to fulfill their needs, not our needs. Because if it fulfills their needs, they will use it. And if they will use it, it will create value to them, to our doctors, to our nurses. And so this is what we did. We created those digital platforms. And you can see some screenshot. This is an illustration because it's in English, but I have the same screens in my phone and obviously in my computer. This one is for patient allocation, and it's from the physician to the director of the hospital and to the HMO, okay? So you take a patient, and you get, the doctor goes on a round, it gets 15 questions, and in 1 hour, there are 100 patients that are ready to be transferred home to HMOs, and all the data that they have, the HMO already receives. This is the control center. You see, these are the 8 protected operating theaters. That's our labor rooms. You can see the ICUs. That's the cath labs and occupation for different departments. Obviously, you can open and you see more information. And this is all being used every day. We start every day in our management looking at the numbers of the days past. Obviously, there are many more modules that have been developed since, and we've started building dashboards like this to our department managers, that they're looking at different things that interest them. This has changed the culture of the hospital. Another illustration emphasizes our connection with the EMC companies, okay? The EMC, the MADA company, which is the most experienced one, we get all the data when they are arriving, what type of injuries, and all this data is interconnected. Great. In our hospital, even soldiers, they have the form that doctors in the field fill it. They fill it digitally. When they get to the hospital, our doctors in the trauma room receive information that was mentioned or inserted into that system from day one. So actually, this is about it, and I'm right on time, so I'd like to close my short, brief session. There was one question regarding the kids. There was one discussion regarding ATLS courses. Yesterday, we had a full day in Kaunas Clinic, and the next few days, we're going to visit a few more hospitals. And I think not because anything else, but just because we had the need to prepare ourselves for so many years for such a tough situation, and because we believe that you guys might need this information and experience, that I feel privileged to be here for the Lithuanian people, and hopefully for the Latvian and the Estonian in the future. For us, it's an opportunity to be Israelis, to share our experience and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we have any questions. No. Thank you, doctor. And now, from a single hospital, let's zoom out to a national level. Israel has built one of the most studied emergency response systems in the world. Rapid activation, integrated response, consistent training. What can we learn from it? Please welcome Noah Tamir Hazdai, Director of International Emergencies at the Ministry of Health of Israel.
So, good afternoon, and wow, like a police investigation. Okay, I'm running. Good afternoon. Hope you survive another few presentation in that squeeze days. And first of all, thank you for Vice Minister and Lithuanian Ministry of Health for the invitation and the opportunity to share our experience, and I'll give my last sentence in the beginning of the presentation, our offer, because we all understand from this seminar and more meetings that we have a mutual huge challenge for saving life, especially in the field of medicine and medical treatment. So we are here, open the floor on behalf of the Israeli Ministry of Health to any country who wants to join this route and join sharing experience. And we are open for meeting, projects, whatever you want. And I'll try to take you now for a quick headlines tours regarding our mechanism of preparedness, which is a basic for quick response in case you need it. And so I'll present the mechanism, our rapid activation, and I'll share with you our initial insights from the last 3 years, the 2 operation and October 7 war. So just to be familiar with our healthcare system, we have a national medical law, so all the civilians has medical treatment routine and emergency. It's paid by tax and governmental. We have 4 HMOs that give the routine medical service, community clinics and so. And we have our medical institute that I present in a minute. And most important thing that because of this law, we obligate to give all the medical services to the population. Routine and the outcome of the emergency doesn't matter what is the emergency, what is the situation. So our ministry is obligated to establish a mechanism and preparedness and capabilities to give the treatment, to save life, and to give the routine medical services in parallel. And on top of that, in Israel, the healthcare institute, especially the hospitals, are mutual to military and civilian. We don't have military hospitals, so the challenge is larger. Okay, here you have on board our players. We have only 26 general hospitals, and our main challenge regarding emergency and medical institutes that we have only one forensic medical institute all over the country, only 8 forensic medical professionals. So in case of large-scale emergency like an earthquake or so, most probably, and we needed that also on October 7, most probably we will ask for our friends in the world to assist us with a forensic specialist. I'll share with you the systematic challenges and after that the operation challenges that we have in our system. So, first of all, to serve and answer all the needs that outcome from the military in case of emergency, in parallel from the civilians. We need to provide and to remain the continuity of all the medical routine care for community included to evacuated population, because if some population evacuate to another area, even if the area that they evacuated were, like we had 2 hotels near the Dead Sea, okay? In regular days, nobody lives near the Dead Sea because it's dead. Even fish you don't have in the Dead Sea. So we needed to establish in no time medical services for evacuated population, because we obligated, we have a law, national health law, and they need to have the motherly child care, the pediatric care. If somebody has just tonsillitis or something, he must have a doctor answer. And I'll focus that in the term of telemedicine and home hospitalization, because it's crucial for medical system regarding the wide point of view, regarding the national point of view, to answer and to respond and to give and fill all the needs and the gaps regarding medical needs. So in case we have the emergency, the response time, it's the outcome of how you prepare during the year. Okay, unfortunately, we have many years of experience, but we try, and it's mentioned many times this morning and afternoon, it always continuous procedures. You never say, I'm prepared, because when you say it, it's the ceiling, and you just can go down. And in preparedness, it's procedures that every time you learn new things, you establish new mechanism, new option of response, new doctrine or update doctrine, and new equipment that can assist you. And my tip for you, don't forget to be flexible and think out of the box. It's important for the response time, and also the challenge for operating is to synchronize between all the stakeholders, all the medical institutes, but not just, all the other ministries requesting and needs, and on the national level, and to guide online according to the situation picture and the situation evaluation directive to all the medical institute, to all the national, and it doesn't matter if the medical institute belongs to government or private or any public organization. We must implement immediately all the directive. In wartime, it happens every day, even twice a day. So this is a huge challenge that forces us to establish some tools, some of them IT tools, and Dr. Scheller just present you one hospital tool, which is one of the diamonds that we have. So he was very modest, but his hospital just established a real crucial tool enabling in routine days and during emergency days this commanding tool for the hospital. So another challenge for managing the incident is to balance all the time in case of wartime. We have the defense directive from the Home Front Command, where we can allow to work when we cannot, only in a shelter or near shelter. It's different degrees of defensive orders, and we need to balance this all the time with the population needs, medical needs, requirements, all the emergency medical needs, life-saving, and routine medical needs. Logistic, it's not everything, but nothing can happen without logistic. So a lot of challenging regarding supply chain. You know, these days at the beginning of running Lion, we're like an isolating country with no seaport working, no airport working. What about medication supply, equipment supply? Sometimes there are rare medication that country has in very limited capacity. So we need to be flexible, thinking out of the box, and establish online capabilities for that. And these days, this challenge is rising, and I can see it from my point of view because I was the director of the National Health EOC for more than 20 years. So I can see that the data challenge is now, it's not a lake, it's an oceanus of data that you're receiving due the emergency time, and you need to focus on what is the crucial data that you need to enable the Director General, for example, to establish the online, the exist or the daily policy, how to operate the whole healthcare system. So for that, I hope that in the coming years, but few years, there will another tool just to facing all the tools of data that establishing from month to month. Due pandemic, and the COVID was an example that we all needed to face. And I will show you in a moment whole list of scenarios that we are preparing for, and I believe you find it's mutual to all of the countries. So that's why we can join together and prepare together and train together, so we all improve ourselves for the next emergency that happens. So the main challenge in the COVID-19 was to struggle with the unknown situation, and it became from medical emergency incident to a national emergency situation. Usually, if it's dealing with kind of disease, The Ministry of Health is the ministry that commanding and running by professional side the incident between other ministries. At the COVID, in very short time, the Prime Minister said, okay, I'm leading all the ministries, but the Prime Minister is not a doctor. So it's challenging to share, to explain the needs that outcome from the medical requirements, like to contain epidemic or pandemic. The most useful tool is to lock everybody at home. Okay? People don't meet each other, you stop the disease. Try to tell this to Prime Minister who wants the economy still running. So we had few times a day new regulation, new law, it was really not such a medical challenge, and also I think regulation and continuity of country challenge. In Iron's word, October 7, the main challenge that we had for the first time, and we had war emergency incident before, the main challenge was that we couldn't create the situation picture. It is something that you need to consider how to deal with, because we didn't understand where is the scene, because there were a lot of scene. It's the first time that the EMS staff and medical staff and police and soldiers injured and were attacked, and they couldn't evacuate the patient to hospital. So the patients were in the scene, so their medical condition make from moderate to severe, so they needed to be evacuated to the closest hospital. What happened is the closest hospital admit 700 casualties in few hours. It's amazing. Okay, so another challenges that we have in Iron Swords is about the workforce that couldn't come because the workforce at the hospital, most probably near the area of the combat, just where their houses were shooting, so they couldn't leave the home. So we spoke about the kindergarten and places for staff where to stay between shifts for their safety, but for the hospital continuity working, it's important. And for the resilience point of view, even in Israel, that, you know, every kid, when he hears siren, you know, that he needs to find the closest shelter. It's automatically, because they are educated from kindergarten. But even though it was a national trauma, and it was on national holiday when all the hospitals were lack of staff because it's holiday, so it was a national trauma that we needed to put ourselves coming quickly and standing quickly out of the sand and start operating. And if I say this start operating, it based on our preparedness and to be all the medical institute in Israel are on constant allowed to 10 scenarios. Now, if you look at that list, most of those scenarios are mutual, because climate changes and heat wave and floods because of that, it's mutual to the whole world. Mass casualty incident, conventional, even with train crash, car crash, you know, you don't have not just conflict or terror, but these days, of course, this more than that. Cyber attack, you must build your capacity to continue working. And the Galilei hospital was the first one when no cyber attack, just update a kind of version, some of the IT system version all over the world. I'm sure that you heard about it. It was 2 years ago, something like that. So they automatically shift to paperwork, but it needs to be prepared for that. And the preparing, and this is my tip for you, you can build sheltering, you can purchase equipment, everything is okay. Staff and population awareness and skills, it's the basic preparedness component that if that you don't have, you have a big problem. So our capacity building is rely on that we declare on the national, all the medical institutes as a national resource in case of emergency. It doesn't matter who is the owner. So we can shift staff and patient between medical institute. And we have strong civil-military cooperation regarding preparedness and due response. And we are commanding any case of emergency from one EOC central commanding. It's crucial. Here you can see our preparedness tool, which include annual evaluation, training, after-action review, national doctrine, national stockpiles and warehouse, critical infrastructure like decontamination site, helipads. I can share the presentation with everybody. Don't use your memory in the telephone. This is the basic. Our model of preparedness is table of preparedness. We take each scenario separately, analyzing it, and the impact of the scenario according to the 4 legs of the table. We have national doctrine that implement as checklist at the medical institute, the equipment that we need for dealing with this scenario, the specific infrastructure, and the staff skill. And for that, we have the civil-military cooperation in those components that you can see here. It's either for training, no, for assisting due emergency, even for evacuating patients from regular wards, hospitalization wards, to underground wards. And we have our operation tool. I'm running, but I'm here all week to discuss with all who wants to, and sharing and starting operation and cooperation regarding that, okay? So this is our main operation tool, and I'll focus on alert degree because alert degree is crucial for immediate response. If all the medical institute, it trains and knows what are the activities that they need to do automatically in any alert decree that the Director General at the Ministry is declared on, you can immediately get the response. And for that, we operating through committee at the Ministry. The Director General is the director of that specific committee, the Supreme Health Authority, who is establishing the policy for preparedness and for response. They are declaring about the alert, they are defining the evacuation patient policy, the distribution policy, and all the components that rely on the component, the preparedness component from the table that I presented you. And in case of emergency, every day evaluation meeting that leading by this committee, that the Director General is the head of that committee, but because it's mutual to civilian and military, the hospital, so the IDF Surgeon General is one member of this committee, and the other is the director of one of the HMOs, which is the owner of third out of our general hospital. So every day, the evaluation meeting is concluded with this list of decisions. And from that, it's written at directly daily order and right implementation to the field. How? Via mail, via telephone, and via WhatsApp. WhatsApp tool, it's very immediate tool, and to those who tell about confidential and data protective, in case of emergency, saving life is the main task. So saving life or saving data, saving life is fair. And you can immediately, in 1 second, put national, all the medical healthcare institutes in kind of alert degree and starting operation in all the country in second. Just share the daily order and implement to the field. Okay, so this is the structure of our National Emergency Operations Center, which every desk is dealing with specific technical area. And the concept is that the director from the ministry that dealing with specific technical area in routine days will run with the staff the desk at the EOC. So the head of the geriatric division, who deals with geriatric hospital in routine days, will run the desk, the geriatric desk in the EOC. How? They have checklist, they have doctrine, what are their specific tasks when they're operating in the EOC, and it's automatically, they come. How? We call them via WhatsApp. All the directors have a WhatsApp group and say, now something happened, please come to the EOC within an hour, but we are a small country. So within an hour, you can almost cross the country, okay? But within an hour, at least one delegation must be at the operation center and start automatically work. And this is the area and the main task that we are doing at the operation center. It's also mutual to other countries. I'm a member at the EOC net group that the WHO delegation presented in the morning. So this is mutual. And we can, as long as we will be wise to share our experience for that between countries and to train together, we will be all improve. Also, relationship between ministries. You know, even if tourist bus has an accident, immediately the Ministry of Foreign Affairs involved, a Ministry of Tourism involved, Ministry of Transportation involved. So every emergency involved a lot of ministry. Here, the last 3 operations, and some, you know, my tip for you, every emergency is a great opportunity to improve yourself to the next one. And budget issue, which is always an issue, okay, I'm stopping in a minute, which is always an issue, budget issue. In case of emergency, it's the great chance to get from the government the budget that you need to improve yourself for the next one. So you have here a list of achievement that we have from operation to operation, especially the home care, home hospitalization, and telemedicine. And we will be happy to show that. So I'll just focus that rely on our preparedness. This is our 3 main tiers in responding to rising lions. And I'll just finish with that. No, the last slides didn't came from that. Okay, so I'll just finish with an invitation. On November 16th this year, we are organizing back again our traditional international conference regarding preparedness and response to emergencies, which is not focused only on medical, on the wide overview of preparedness and response to emergency for civilian and for military. It's going to be held in Tel Aviv, and it calls IPRED, and you can find the site. The registration will be open soon, so just save the date. I hope to see you in Tel Aviv in November, or earlier if you want to join some project regarding preparedness. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Ms. Noah. It's not about how many resources we have, it's about how quickly we can use them. Strategic reserves, cross-border supply chains, the line between state capability and private sector. The next panel goes into the machinery. Please welcome humanitarian logistics specialist at Médecins Sans Frontières, Andrius Slavuckis.
Hello, can you hear me? So yes, my name is Andrius Slavuckis. I work with Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, as a logistics coordinator. And I'm very honored and privileged to moderate this panel discussion on medical logistics with 2 specialists of medical logistics, but also medical logistics specialists. So this panel discussion is called Critical Medical Logistics as a State Capability, Medicine, Strategic Reserves, and Private Supply Chain Integration. But we will narrow it down slightly and discuss more about a certain rescue program, and then obviously expand a bit more about medical logistics. So please welcome the 2 panel discussion members. Krystyna Sikorska from Poland. Krystyna Sikorska is a civil servant with more than 15 years experience of work in Poland and beyond. Since 2021, Ms. Sikorska is the acting head of international projects within the Office of Crisis Management and Civil Protection Agency. Amongst the projects she manages is Rescue, Energy Hub, CBRN stockpiles, medical evacuations, transportation of assistance to Ukraine, and others. And then also Ms. Raimonda Klimashauskaitė. She's a project lead at the Lithuania's Health Emergency Situation Center and is responsible for implementation of the Rescue project, Medical Reserve project in Lithuania. So welcome, thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting.
So just before we dive into the discussion, Minister Jokubauskienė mentioned this pool of medicines, this reserve This is what we are talking about at this point. There is already something done on a European level, and we would like to discuss a bit more in detail. But again, before we go there, what is medical logistics? This is something that we deal a lot with in Médecins Sans Frontières, across multiple different complex situations, and you know, just mentioning a few: Ukraine, Sudan, Gaza, Lebanon. These are different contexts and circumstances that make us forces us to simplify our protocols and rules. And medical logistics, it's basically in a simple way, it's how do we take pharmaceuticals, medical supplies, medical equipment from manufacturers to that patient's proverbial mouth. You know, how did you reach there? And there's obviously many steps involved. There's manufacturing, there's distribution, there's stockpiling, there's waste management, purchasing, and so on. There's many steps involved. But at the end of the day, in a very simple terms, in healthcare we have three most important aspects: is the patient, is the medical professional, and is the supplies. One cannot function without the other. Then we have three different kinds of patients. You know, the patients that are already in the institution, medical institutions, the patients that are on the way, and then the patients that that we need to seek. We don't know where they are. They might be sick at home. And we need to adapt our medical logistics to reach patients in every single circumstance. So effective medical logistics essentially integrates all these different aspects, and it integrates the right person, so patient staff, the place, the facility or home, and then the time. The time is really important. So how do we reach these patients in the most effective and fast time? And obviously, all this aggravates with crisis. All this aggravates with, you know, if we take examples with the conflict in Ukraine, everything becomes much more complex and difficult. So, in MSF, we found ways to deal with that complexity, and you know, talking from some experience, institutional experience, we find that decentralization and diversification of stocks, you know, helps. We find that mobility and flexibility of our supply chain systems is also very effective, and we find that autonomy is really important. Okay, so I just want to kind of set the baseline for discussion. And now we will dive into the rescue projects. So I will basically, the way we will continue is I will ask some questions and we'll try to generate discussion, but don't be timid to complement each other, okay? So Christina, please, could you please briefly explain to us what the rescue project is all about, and what kind of rescue-linked projects do you have in Poland?
So the rescue program was introduced by the European Commission a few years ago when most of the horrible wildfires started to happening in Europe almost every summer. And that time the European Commission found out that it's too late to respond on each emergency by the time. It's time to create some current and long-lasting supplies of strategic reserves. So in a time of a few years, they were creating new types of items and also the services. And that how the whole program of rescue, the strategic reserves of European Union has become into the force. The main idea is that because the European Commission cannot be a owner of the goods and cannot facilitate them and cannot store them anywhere, the member states and participating states of European mechanism are asked to join the program by submitting the proposal for each competition, for each call. Since the beginning, we had several of those calls in the field of CBRN. That's the most wide field where we have a lot of projects and a lot of member states are the hosts of the stockpilings and also for some pools and modules. We have the rescue program within all types of shelter capacities. Not only a very short-term shelter capacity, but also for a long-lasting, for a long time capacity. We have, of course, rescue in the field of medicines, covering all kind of therapeutics and medical devices which are needed. It was also based on the pandemic time when the first rescue project started. For the obviously PPEs and basic medical devices which were needed for the hospitals and the patients. But the last years it grew and we have more projects in the medical field. We have also the energy equipment. We have also dedicated projects for rescue donations when any kind of donors can offer some goods. But this project is dedicated only for Ukraine right now, but it's the base, some kind of base as well, which might have grown in the future. So when finally the war in Ukraine will end, it might be a platform to make it bigger and to incorporate the public-private cooperation and to use the private donations in any kind of emergencies in any country. And the last one, the biggest one, but the most, I think, spectacular and different from other rescue projects is rescue dedicated for transport and logistics. It's based on planes transportation and it's still in a phase of development. Part of the project is developed, and one of the leg of this project is still under construction, I would say. And it happens that most of those projects are also hosted by Poland. We have 6 of them. We have energy supply, we have private donations, we have medical stockpiling, CBRN stockpiling, shelter capacity, and this transport and logistic capacity. So it's quite a big portfolio for one entity, a public entity. The Governmental Strategic Reserves Agency is responsible for developing those projects, implementing them, and maintaining. We decided to join this program when I joined the agency and starting to create some kind of international cooperation. So the EU was the first door which I have opened. And that's why I ended up with so many projects right now. But it is very, very linked to the tasks, our daily task, which we are covering every day, because we are responsible for national reserves. We are creating them, we are maintaining, releasing, rotating. So it was a natural and not very difficult for us to submit a proposal, because we just described what we are doing on a daily basis. The planes were quite challenging, but it was still managed. And right now we have 2 dedicated multipurpose planes ready to operate. We had already first operation of evacuation of EU citizens from Middle East in March this year. And we are still building the capacity of a medical plane, which will be dedicated for medical evacuation of patients, also contagious patients, and not only the light patients, but also intensive care patients as well. So we are thinking that maybe by the end of this year, it will be also finished and the whole project will be completed. So the rescue projects are, even if they are some kind of owned by the European Commission, we are the formal owners. Each member state who has a project, who has a grant, received a grant, is the legal formal owner of the stockpile of the services, but we cannot use it for our own. We cannot decide how to use it, on when to use it. That's the decision only can be made by the European Commission, and they can order us to use the capacity to send some goods to other countries in case of emergency and made requests, or to use the services to transport something, for example. So it's something that will it will serve the whole European Union, the whole community of European Union. It even a bigger community, because the participating states of European mechanism are there are a lot of more of them. So it is something as a last resort, of course. So it's not the reserves that can be used anytime for anyone in any case of emergency. It is every time it is very carefully verified if the national reserves are enough. Maybe other countries can support the emergency country, and the rescue reserves are meant to be used only as a last resort in case of the worst emergencies.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a short video that can play in the background while the discussion is going. Raimonda, please could you tell us about Lithuanian rescue project? I mean, we know Poland is much bigger, but Lithuania is still a very great country, although much smaller. So what do we have here? Is it just for Lithuania or for the Baltic states?
Thank you, Andrus. I was listening to Christina. She explained well how the mechanism is working. And I noticed that there is one thing that she didn't mention, but I want to mention. It is the expression in amount of the stockpiles. For example, if European Union financing the stockpiling for Lithuania, so it means that we received a grant of 97 million euros. And from those money, we are financing the activity for almost 3 years and building those, developing those stockpiles and filling it in. And it is like Lithuania received the grant only for medical stockpiles. And currently, we already have medical countermeasures, but we have one stockpile for PPE. It is civil protection, measures, and also medical, therapeutics. And also we are building a separate stockpile for vaccines, special vaccines that are dedicated for Siberian threats. But we have only one project of almost 100 million euros. And I wish that everyone could imagine Poland having 6 projects, including the planes. So what kind of amount of money European Union invests in those stockpiles and buffering the Europe with those assets that could be accessed in the certain circumstances. So that is maybe something that mostly population don't know. And if we travel somewhere and just talk with people in the plane, and we just present ourselves from where we are coming, even with Christina, we were sitting in the plane talking to other people. People don't know rescue, but maybe it is good, because rescue, it's not something that everyone wish to know. It's better when it is there, those stockpiles they are there, but they feel it when the threat is arising. But better maybe not to know what is inside and where it is kept, and we have some challenges to keep this confidentiality about the project, but on the good, it's also good to know that with those projects so well financed from European Union and 100% financed from European Union, we are all feeling safer. So
Can we please have a map of capacity of the European Union? So you can see here a little bit, not too well because of our positioning, but all these are different rescue stockpiles.
For the sake of, it is important to know, we are talking about 22 stockpiles built around Europe. From them, 21 is already operational. It means that ready to deploy. And if we see here, those countries that I mentioned here on the list, some of them are in the process, some are partly already is established. Poland, you see the green, bright green dot. It means as green it is, more capacities they have. So Poland is in the middle and with the strongest positioning in the Europe. What is very good, I think, because they are our closest neighbors and our brothers, sisters, that would we would have the fastest access in case of emergency to Poland. So,
all right.
So, if maybe Christina wants to add something to this, she's really most experienced, I think, rescue project manager in all our community. And
yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for a common cooperation. It's a real sign how European Union should work and what was the purpose, the main purpose of creating European Union, the common cooperation for benefit of the citizens.
Does Lithuania have quicker access to the stockpile in Lithuania or Poland in Poland in case of a crisis, or they just stand in line like everybody else?
So if something would happen and we would request the European Commission for some capacities from rescue stocks, they can be mobilized also from our rescue stocks. And we had this experience during the floods in Poland. We needed more gloves and shoes for the firefighters. And we asked European Commission and they mobilized our own stock to us. So it is faster.
Okay. So now I'm gonna do some, I'm gonna give you some statements. And you should either say yes and explain why the statement is true, or you say no and then you reject it and explain why. So, Raymond, the rescue stockpiles can be accessed quickly in a crisis by the country that needs them.
Yes, quickly, but through RCC mechanism. But the response is quite quick, and the stockpile should be ready in 12 hours. The stocks, the items that need to be deployed should be ready in 12 hours and delivered in another 12 hours. So in 24 hours you can receive.
It's the 12 hours from request or from?
Yes, from confirmation of request.
Okay. Christina, I work for an international humanitarian organization. There I see the Lithuanian Red Cross is here. Can NGOs or organizations like MSF access the rescue supply stocks in crisis situation?
There is a possibility, but the European Union mechanism for civil protection is dedicated for states. So the beneficiaries and the main actors must be a public entity. So in case of emergency, the mechanism can be launched by the requesting country, but the recipient might be a international organization which is working in this country, for example, or distributing some help and support. But it will be a decision of the requesting country.
Okay.
So there is some possibility.
Yeah. Is the rescue project or program, is it a comprehensive supply chain solution? So you basically buy from manufacturer and you deliver to the patient, or does it involve other partners in the whole supply chain?
It always depends on the requesting country, because the country is the owner of the emergency, I would say. So the country decide what is needed, who need it, and is fully responsible for distribution. So if we are sending any stockpile from rescue to a requesting country, they need to point us delivery places, but there is no responsibility on us or European Commission how the goods will be delivered. Of course, it is monitored by the European Commission, and the requesting country is checked how the rescue capacity was used and who was a beneficiary, direct beneficiary of the goods. But it's a full responsibility of the requesting country.
All right. Raimonda, rescue project is a military or defense asset, and it can be used in an armed conflict.
The first impression, I would say no, but when you think very clearly, it might be, but the rescue stockpiles are orientated and focused on civil protection. So it means if civilians are in war, so from there might arise this need, and it can be fulfilled. But military and fire departments, they have own assets and own stock for the certain, for military situation. But we are focusing on the civil protection.
Is information about this rescue stockpiles, is it publicly available somewhere, or is it some kind of secret?
No, generally it's a public information.
Yeah.
So you can find all the information on the website of European Commission. You can find it also on our website. We always post some information updates from our projects on our social media. So it's not a secret, but we don't share a very specific details on the project. Obviously, having a planes ready to be used to send something or someone, to pick up someone, we cannot hide this anyway. But not mentioning what exactly is in our stock and where it is stored and in what quantities, this is not something we are sharing commonly and on a daily basis.
Raimonda, when you describe the stock in Lithuania, it seems like it's not really yet adapted to the conflict scenario. What kind of other or same gaps and opportunities do you see? How we can make the stockpile a little more adapted?
To be clear, part of stock is adapted, but just to be honest, the pipeline line of or estimation tool was built in 23. So it means that the whole situation, like geopolitical situation, was different. Currently, we have some savings on the project, and we consider new items to be acquired. So now we are more focusing on the current situation. So maybe it is good that we made first steps. We were focusing our stock on Siberian threats, from which some of threats might be also related to the war situation. So, and now, for example, certain diseases, even that we considered several years ago as just nature-made diseases, currently it can those are listed, for example, in NATO reports as a potential cyber threats, man-made threats. So there is a shift in the considerations. We need to be aware and working with this dedicated groups and people, specialists that are involved in the management of the current preparedness. We will build new lists. And also we need to understand that all medicines that we are buying, they will be expiring one day. So those stocks will be upgraded. So we can make agreement with the particular items that we need.
So do you have some place for maneuver, change a little bit the position?
European Commission, they have like strict rules for project implementation, but they are also have good understanding of the situation, and we can talk with them, consider to make changes. They are very helpful on that, and yeah, so we are working on this.
Actually, there is a funny one thing about this flexibility of those projects, because in Poland there is a very difficult to understand in other entities that we have a project which can be modified during the implementation, which can be changed, and many decisions are made by exchanging emails only. So the scope of the project even can be changed by the email, and no one can believe us. But we have just an email confirming that we can do that or we can change something.
Exactly. So I would like to add on that, because like in Lithuania, usually implementing such an expensive project, there is a special coordinating group that overwatching the project. But what is most interesting, that decisions that are very important for Lithuania, we can just between several people talk to Commission, and when we can easily make them. Those, though, for example, similar decision in Lithuania, we would need to agree and to collect signatures from much bigger circle of responsible specialists.
All right, thank you. You mentioned, Christina, that you work a lot with Ukraine. What kind of lessons did you draw from that type of support, and what can you integrate in your Polish rescue stockpilings?
So we are running a logistical hub dedicated for Ukraine, which covers all kind of support for Ukraine sent from any country in the world. So it's not only oriented from the European countries, but also from other continents. And I think the biggest lesson learned from this period, because we are working on that since the very beginnings, in the first days, is the scale. Even if we are a big country and we have a lot of resources, it was still a challenge to receive all of these items, all of these goods, and send them quickly there to another big country with big needs in the first few days, especially when people were changing the places. So I think the distribution and the very experienced and dedicated personnel for me was the most important to cover those tasks. After a few years, it's a completely different situation. But the issues with distribution to the direct people who needs help, it's still a key role. And the personnel, people who can speak English and speak with the donors, for example, or people who can speak Ukrainian and speak with our partners on Ukrainian side, and our Ukrainian partners who can speak, for example, English, so we can communicate easily. That was very important to work out.
Yeah, it's the so-called last mile delivery.
Yeah.
We see that a lot with MSF in Ukraine as well, that sometimes you have fully stocked warehouses even hospital level, everything is stocked, corridors are packed with stuff, but actually the nurses are so overwhelmed that they are unable to open those boxes and find what they need, and they don't have, lists of what is provided, and they've never maybe even asked for these things, but they were delivered. So now they have to deal with all these extra resources that it's difficult to plan. So this last mile delivery is extremely important, as you say. I think we have a map as well that shows the deployment in 2024 of the rescue, and you can see that Poland has deployed quite a lot of stockpiles to Ukraine.
To Ukraine and Bulgaria.
Yeah.
So those are major countries that received most activations in rescue stockpile.
So maybe to wrap up, what kind of cooperation opportunities do you see between Lithuania and Poland in terms of rescue and then wider medical logistics? Do you have anything, particular thoughts?
I think obviously the most important would be to synchronize some kind our stockpiling, so not to double the resources, and to be able to exchange, not only because we are close, but after Lithuania there is Latvia and Estonia, so there are other countries. Exchanging information, what we are having in our stocks, what we have, other ideas to expand the stocks, how we are maintaining the stockpiling, what our challenges and difficulties. It is very important also to exchange the views and experience, because in each country is a different. There are different rules, there are different regulations, laws. And it's very inspiring to know how other countries are doing the same project on there. So I think the exchanging ideas, it's the most important, and then we can always expand further to grow the projects, or even there is also a possibility to build a consortium and apply for a new project altogether.
How about swapping some of the items around? Is it possible between different projects?
Technically not. But adding to Christina about cooperation, so first of all, like Lithuania we are very thankful to Christina and also Polish team, and also there's Finnish team, because they started earlier with the project. So they were like our mentors. We learned from them how to build the stockpiles, and there were many questions in the very beginning. Like what mentioned Christina, it is very important, and even today we talked about this. It is very important not how to say, to build the stockpiles according to the current situation and current need in this particular region. Like we here in the Baltics, we are like this buffer zone from the border, like from the east. So we need special stocks that could supply Baltics, and there are Nordic countries. They need also to focus on their needs and their threats. So it is very good to consider the stockpiling like according regional needs. And what we are impacting with, like project managers like me, Christina, and others, we have summits where we have workshops and we work on those questions, like stockpiling, assortment, sustainability, rotation, because those European money, they still come from our like pockets, to European pool. And it is very important to use them wisely. So, and there is one new thing that European Commission started, not only deployment, but also prepositioning. It means that we can send the stock to keep there in the hot point and then to take stock back. which is new and is very sustainable. Then we are not wasting, we just are more prepared.
So clearly, rescue is pretty good resource to have in a crisis situation, but needs some tweaking.
Yes, but as one colleague from NKVC in Lithuania said, in the worst situation, I mean, like, it's absolutely like worst situation, we just knock the door with the leg and open, and we'll take everything what we need, because and also like WhatsApp, one of the tools when there's a crisis, then you don't look at the data security. So when it is a war, so
we have to make sure there's no tropical medicine in there.
Yeah, exactly. What is important, that it's better when there is no such a crisis, when you have such a fast access to rescue.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's any questions, cannot see any. Nobody. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, our panelists.
Thank you.
So let's continue to the final session of the day, and a forward-looking one. From pandemics to biological threats, how do we identify and enable dual-use life science innovations that serve both civilian health and national security? Please welcome our moderator, Professor Karolis Ažukaitis, Vice Dean for Research and Innovation at Vilnius University Faculty of Medicine.
Very good evening to everyone who still had the resilience to stay until the very last session hosted by Lithuania Bio. So maybe without much delay, I would like to invite our discussion panel members, starting with the Vice Minister at the Ministry of Health, Daniel Naumovas. As well as Professor Tomas Lapinskas, who is a Director for Science Studies and Public Health at the Kaunas Clinics. And Justinas Staruška, Board Member of the Lithuania Bio Association. So, as it was introduced, I think the session is indeed forward-looking and maybe deviates a little bit from what we started to discuss within this event. I think we've seen many faces of the resilience in healthcare systems already, but probably this one is the one that deals with things that are a little bit out of the box. So life sciences generally need no introduction in Lithuania. It's a sector that is rapidly growing. It's a national priority. We all know the discoveries that are being made. But dual use in life sciences sector, I think, is something that is still underexplored topic. And this I base on the many discussions that I had with people already about life science and healthcare innovations and the dual use. So typically dual use, and let me just do a brief introduction so that before we start, as this session is really deviating, I think, from what we've heard before. Typically then think about dual use, it's any material or technology that serves more than one purpose at any given time. And in research, it was frequently seen as dual use research of concern. That is research that can be misused as a threat. But here we want to take the positive side. So life science, healthcare innovations that can have a dual use with helping to strengthen the resilience of the healthcare system. And I think we've seen some of the examples of that already during the COVID pandemic. Things like mRNA technology that has been used for decades in cancer research suddenly became a framework to develop vaccines that have saved many lives. Labs in universities, including our own, have been turned into COVID testing units, COVID diagnostic units, people using their skills that they typically used for research. But, you know, before we start, I asked my colleagues at the hospital, what do you know about dual use in life sciences and medicine? And they really had to think a lot. And this shows that the awareness is not high, and we're not always thinking about that. I then did some research and looked what does happen in other countries, and indeed researchers in life sciences and healthcare sector appear not to be so aware of what they are doing, how it could be used for dual use. So starting from this, I would like to follow up on this, let's say, lack of awareness or maybe not sufficient awareness, and ask from the policymaker perspective, Daniel, do you think that from your perspective at the Ministry of Health, dual-use life sciences, health technologies and innovations are seen as a priority topic? Are they perceived as important to strengthen our resilience of the healthcare systems? Are we more proactive or reactive towards it?
Overall, I would say proactive, and especially, historically, I wouldn't say the same 5 years ago, but or even like more 10 years ago. But the COVID pandemic changed our thinking, and also Russian war on Ukraine changed our thinking. There are different perspectives. I could start from the perspective of health ministry. We as health ministry, we do want our population to be healthy. And we don't care if it's dual use or single use. We just want diagnostics, treatment. We just want like that. But if we look from the governmental point of view and looking at the other ministries also, where we want to connect research, connect innovations, connect healthcare, then and economy, then obviously we do want as many dual-use products as possible. So we do encourage it, but it's usually up to the companies, startups, to think ahead and adapt to the current situation. And we do know that today we are not in the times of war, Lithuania, European Union, and we can learn from the good practice of other countries already. But it's again up to the companies to adapt to that, I would say. The best examples probably, again, during times of COVID. The companies that first created a new PCR test for the COVID detection right now are multi-billion companies. The first who won a race with the vaccines, they are multi-billion companies again. They were, of course, but they became even more rich. And the first who created fast tests, which are, again, dual use, because during war we should also get as many diagnostics, which are like fast diagnostics, as possible. Again, the first ones who did it, they were ahead. So do we want, as a Ministry of Health, more of that? Not always. We just want the product. We don't care if it's dual or single use. But as a country, as an economy, as a union, we do want as many as possible.
Okay, I think this is a very important point coming from different perspectives, and I think this is great that we have a panel that is a multi-stakeholder panel, so we can see it from different angles. I think later we can come up to what systemic measures could be, should be, maybe shouldn't be taken. But then I want to first explore the different perspectives, and coming to the clinical and academic sector, which I think you, Thomas, represent really well. Do you think that there is a thinking, or let's say dual-use mindset then within the hospitals and academia's research and innovation frameworks? We set the agenda with that mindset. Are we there or not? What's the real situation?
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Carlos, for the introduction. Indeed, I'm coming from the clinician side, clinical side, but also as a researcher. And my background is cardiology. And really, when you say that, what's the dual-use research? And I was also thinking, what kind we do have already implemented in our daily routine, not many. And then I started to think how we organize it and how we fund the scientific projects. And usually it's always by coincidence and never on purpose. Of course, it's a bit changing when we look at the course and the financial instrument, how it would be funded in the near future. It's coming. But usually when you are looking for the potential funding for your project, so it's always how it fulfills your clinical needs. Right, or what will be the result? How it will help you to solve one or another clinical problem? What will be the results, the publications? What the partnerships you will make at the end? But when you're starting to shape this idea and hypothesis and drafting the protocol of the research, usually you're not doing and not thinking about this dual use medical, some kind of devices. So, but we can also think that it's coming with the adaptation, and we can look from the experience we had when started these medical drones in African countries. So at the beginning, it was not successful, and we now see in Ukraine it's absolutely successful and how we are achieving all the goals. We can remember the COVID-19 pandemic and how you mentioned these mRNA vaccines, how they started, and also telemedicine. At the beginning, we didn't use a lot telemedicine, and we have very nice success story even in Lithuania, how we use telemedicine in emergency care when we want to transport patients to tertiary care centers. So I think what's the problem, why we are not pursuing that, and why it's happening by coincidence, because no one taught us to think in such a way. And I think we also need to change our mindset, how we think and how we shape our innovation culture.
Yeah, so I think that we're coming to the same point, that people typically do what they do, and it's their ability to adapt and to think. And the mindset here is important, as you mentioned. This includes just considering an opportunity to use whatever you're doing for another purpose that comes in the times of threats, let's say. But from the industry perspective, you're representing the Lithuania Bio Association, which is the largest biotechnology companies uniting association in Lithuania. I think, could you just give some examples of the potential for dual use in the time of crisis that are there in Lithuania, so that, because I think it's a matter of understanding sometimes what do we have already, what could be repurposed in the time of need, and what do we have here locally?
So maybe I will start from the dreaming, or like if business can go to this direction. So I would like to make maybe rockets, but do we have capabilities in Lithuania? Do we have experience in Lithuania? Do we have capital in Lithuania? Probably not. So, or I would like to make maybe airplanes, because it's also a very good business. But do we have, again, competences, capital? No. So with the life science, with the bioeconomy, with the medtech, what kind of advantage we have? So we have competences, we have existing businesses here. So even when it was COVID times, so most of the companies were like dual use for COVID. As you probably know, Thermo Fisher was one of the biggest player here, producing different components for the vaccines. Other companies doing some tests, other companies working in medical devices, which were crucial for the health of the people. So what I believe that business is doing their own strategy, and now shifting to the military purposes. I'm not sure if it is very easy, because you need to search for the market, where to sell. So, but the competences, and if this day will come, I believe that we have a lot. So therefore, from the policymakers, from the society, it's important to develop this sector for the future and invest in the competences, and then we can switch. I think that what business can do, they can do it very fast. So we have capabilities, we have technologies, starting from medical devices, starting from antigens, different enzymes, which can be also working for different vaccines, and I think that we are ready if there would be like biological war, because we can do really different tests, analyze the situation. Again, we have AI software companies which are working in bioinformatics, so we can work with the data. But when I was thinking about how we can use this opportunity, because we have challenge. Okay, we have challenge because we have neighbor. How we can use this challenge? and I was wondering, okay, how we can have all the supply chain. So one of the idea became that perhaps as we have Invest in Lithuania, we have a Ministry of Economics and Innovation, we are attracting different international companies here. Why not to attract company for generic drug production? Why? Because then we can have capabilities. Again, we have government which can secure, for example, 20% of the orders from these top-level drugs. So antiseptics, painkillers, other what is needed for during these crucial times. Then we, as our investment agencies, like attracting investment, they can support in capex investment. But these companies then have their sales channel, so it means that they can work on the how to sell the drugs. And by this as well, we can have all the supply chain. I think that this is not a new idea. It's like probably in different countries or even in our country, there is a discussion that we can even have all the supply chain starting from the agriculture sector. So as we are growing wheats, sugar, beets and potatoes, where we can produce starch, glucose, which are the ingredients for the further development of the API for the generic drug production. So we can have this opportunity to attract some additional business. Even we have Professor Bumel, who is now building BioCity. We have capabilities. Even maybe we need maybe to talk with them. Maybe they would be interesting. The same Danas Tvarionavičius, they have experience with the Melina Rokete. So why not just to sit somewhere and have a good workshop, not only speaking but also generating ideas and moving forward with the decisions and action plans.
Yeah.
Sorry for so long speech.
No, that's fine. I think it's very interesting to learn from the perspective of industry, because typically they are the ones in the pipeline of developing these technologies that are critically important. You know, the ideas may come, but we need to have the industry that has the capacity to fulfill them and to realize them. But still, what I'm hearing is, we said, well, it may be the duty of the companies to react and to adapt ad hoc when the situation happens. From the academia and clinical perspective, a lot of times it comes by coincidence, by accident. There is no systematic framework or mindset. But on the other hand, we have the situation where we clearly know the threat risk is high. We just had pandemia, where we learned a lot of lessons. We have wars ongoing very nearby, where we also learned lessons about shortage of drug resources, shortage of diagnostic tools and other things. So then this brings me to the question, is there really nothing that we should do systemically to facilitate and enable and to prepare? And what this could include? And maybe again, coming back to you, Daniel, completely understanding your point that you said before, but what still the country and the government should be doing, or maybe you will keep up with the one that it shouldn't.
I mean, first of all, I do believe that there are different levels, governmental level, then EU level and NATO level. And I do believe that right now there is less and less bureaucracy and more practical things preparing, making resilient medicine. Speaking about on EU level, we do have a HERA initiative. You know, we do have a RESC-EU that was presented, amazing initiative. We do have like against chemical, biological, nuclear threats and radiological threats, medicines and PPE. And again, companies are creating this PPE, these medicines for them. Also on NATO level, there is Diana initiative, and on our governmental level, we are preparing on. You know, first of all, what we need to prepare is our healthcare system. Our like it was in previous presentations mentioned. We need personnel, we need training, we need infrastructure, we need to take good practice from others, right? And only next level would be thinking about how innovations and dual use can help us. Here, I would say collaboration with different stakeholders, different ministries also can help, especially Ministry of Economy and Innovation, Ministry of Research and Education, and overall European Commission with all the Horizon projects, with all the new initiatives. We already see it that we want products that could be used in practice. Overall, I just want to move a bit back. In Europe, we have a huge problem that we are amazing at fundamental research, we are amazing at creating stuff, and then this stuff goes to either East or West or US. And then all the commercialization and all the first innovations, first medicines reach firstly American citizens or Asian citizens, so which is a bad thing. So right now, most of the grants that are coming, either for scientists or for the companies, there is a rule that you should create, like, reach higher level of TLR and even commercialize it, patent it. So I do believe that in the future there could be additional bonus points for the grants if you show that your product could have a dual usage itself.
I believe that business is going to us because it's easy to sell there, comparing with EU. Where we are strong in EU, I think we are very strong in regulations. And for this we have opportunity. I mean, for Lithuania, maybe we can have some sandboxes, which we can say that it's like for some ideas to be evaluated, to be innovated for, as well for dual use, that we can skip some regulations, skip some restriction, accelerate the track for the new ideas to be commercialized. Because before commercialization, you need to have MVPs, you need to have tests on some early adopters, on some businesses or some customers. And when we did with fintech, I think 5 years or 6 years ago, it was a good opportunity. So why can we do in life science just to cut regulations which are in the European Union and be like a small sandbox? We have academias, very strong academias, like in Vilnius and Kaunas, as well in other cities. So why we cannot play the first game here? Then when we already having proof of concept, first sales or wherever, then we will do all the regulative stuff, what is needed in European Union or is needed in US. So why not to do this?
I could add to that that European Union is, yes, a bureaucratical mechanism which is too slow, but it's changing. And I do believe that it's changing in a good way. We are still keeping it ethically compared to other our opponents, let's say, but we do have like in medicines field or innovation, health innovation field, pharma package, which again stated that we need the longer patent time so that companies could invest more into innovations. The Critical Medicines Act, for example, said that we need to bring back companies, especially that are producing medicines, back to European Union, so they would be producing products in European Union. So there will be incentives for that, there will be less bureaucracy for that. And lastly, right now there is a Biotech Act which says that we do need to strengthen biotechnology ecosystem in European Union, and as long as our presidency is coming soon in 2027 first half, we'll be definitely pushing forward to have this Biotech Act not just a bureaucratical paper, but working one, which would help for different stakeholders, starting from the patients and like healthcare institutions, then to the scientists, and then again to companies.
Yeah, I think regulation EU is a topic that we could explore a lot, but we will have to stop a little bit on that. And I'm happy that I cannot say my opinion as a moderator because I would continue quite a lot. But I think coming back to the dual use and the mindset. So one of the important things that you have mentioned already, and this was coming in my mind as well, is that we might say that this is not the purpose of people when they do research or create innovations, but on the other hand, the system can push people, what has been done in European Union, to go more towards application and commercialization by adjusting the funding mechanisms, by adjusting the criteria, which projects will get funded, which will not get funded, what are the expected outcomes. And again, coming back to the thing that we have threats, and we clearly can identify where these threats will arise and where the sector, the life sciences sector, could help. Thomas, do you feel that there is something that should be done in the academia and in the academic hospital, let's say, setting, where we should start to focus on what would facilitate that from the scratch, from when we start designing the project as we do now, we think what will be its application, that we would start thinking whether there is dual use application, whether this could help my country or healthcare system at certain point?
Yeah, definitely. I probably would agree with Tanya a bit that we need a joint capabilities agreement or some kind of roadmap. So what is on purpose, what we need to develop, and because we as a clinicians or academia in the healthcare, we're tackling diseases of some kind of states we're focusing on. And if we would have some kind of joint agreement with the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Innovation, Economics, together with the Ministry of Healthcare, so we probably would develop more dedicated dual-use innovations, like, let's say, augmented reality support when you are in some kind of battlefield, how to give the first support, the first aid for the victims. Or we also need to think about the management of the chronic diseases in the wartime is also changing. That means you need to provide your regular health care in those who are in the war area. So these patients, they do have strokes, myocardial infarctions, and deliveries, many different things. So we also need about the solutions to think how we gonna support them. And many different things, like even these medical drones, right? How we see and how the military sees that, and we can unite and work further. What also think would be beneficial to have something like civil and military innovation hubs, when you create ideas and make piloting, testing, validation, and then you move to commercialization. And that would be very helpful if you could skip some regulation and parts, as we discussed. For us as academia members, recognition is very important, because not only make a project, but if I did some kind of research or developed some ideas, the testing, so I want to be recognized that my institution, that it's not the same like teaching students or delivering lectures. I need to get my incentives at the institutional level as well. I think this is important. Strategic partnership with those who have more experience, like Ukraine, Israel. I think this is relevant, because then we can know much more about the real situation in the most close area. And also sustainability. If we have only just that project duration, that means after 3 years, 4 years, everything is closed and nothing is going on in that area, on a field, on a topic. So we need to think about this sustainability and how we make this innovation sustainable. Even we can make it commercial product and you can get revenue and keep reinvesting to the innovations. Or we can think and create some kind of reimbursed services, like in telemedicine, and develop further the next steps and next services. What we can do, I think we can make multiple steps.
I think what I've heard already from Justinas, we spoke about sandboxes, regulatory sandboxes. Yes, that would allow to develop these innovations further. Then Thomas, you mentioned some kind of a roadmap. Probably at an intersection of different sectors, defense, economy, innovation, healthcare, especially when we speak today about the resilience within the healthcare system. I think one of the things is the ownership, because a problem gets a solution, then somebody owns it, yes? And this is a problem sometimes when we speak about things that are in the intersection between science, innovation, and healthcare, let's say even clinical trials, which has been discussed in Lithuania as a problem, that who sees it as a priority? It's not the Ministry of Science and Education, it's not the healthcare ministry, maybe it's many people, but who owns it? So in this case, when we speak about then the role, especially then Lithuania has such a big potential to realize it for the strengthening resilience. Who should be the owner of this problem, coordinating this? Should it come from the research funder side, from the healthcare policymaker side, from the economy and innovation side? This is a question to all, and I'm not sure who would like to answer, because otherwise we end up discussing that we need a multi-stakeholder initiative.
I'm not good in this business.
Who gives
So
more
please.
money? Who gives more money?
I mean, if
This
we
can happen.
need to name one responsible person, it's Prime Minister, because Prime Minister combines all the other ministries, but obviously Prime Minister won't do that. Of course, every ministry looks at their own field and trying to do their own stuff, and specific projects, grants, money, funding can go towards different topics that could be of dual use or which is right now is being done, because Lithuania reaches between 5 and 6% of GDP goes to the defense, and it's not strictly for the tanks, it's for the preparation of a whole ecosystem. And we do know the best dual use example is probably roads. Roads can be used in daily basics and can be used for the transporting of military equipment and overall patients transporting to other countries, So the question should be probably, the approach should be top-down or bottom-up. And again, it should be probably both ways. We as, right now, I do believe that government or Lithuania gave a signal that we are preparing, we want to be prepared, and we want to have resilient everything, resilient medicine also. That's why we have increased our budget for the defense, combining all other sectors. But also bottom-up approach is needed, definitely. Because imagine, like we in health ministry, for example, I have an idea, let's make more dry freeze plasma. Because we do know that in times of war, we need some blood transfusion, but in times of peace, do we need, it's not a golden standard, lyophilized, It's not a golden standard, it's not like validated enough. Maybe if there would be some clinical trials that would show that freeze-dried is cheaper, faster, and more efficient, and then we could change our paradigm of how we are treating patients right now with the blood transfusion, for example. So this is a good example. But if we would say it as a ministry and would give like 100 million euro for somebody to create, I don't believe it's a good tactic. But different grants for the best ideas that could be used for dual use should be.
So may I then just ask now, considering that we speak about generally, let's maybe even switch a bit further from the dual use, life sciences and healthcare innovations and their purpose and significance they might have in our resilience in the time of war, in the time of other kind of health crisis. So now when we increase the budget allocations to defense, can we expect that the life sciences sector will also be seen as something that can contribute to strengthening the resilience of our system?
I mean, first of all, we as health ministry, we are always trying to show that healthcare is part of the defense, and we on different levels, because as I mentioned, like people in times of war are not always dying from the bombs or bullets, they are dying from different diseases that they had and cannot be treated. All the like heart disease, like different diseases that they cannot be treated. So I mean, I lost what I wanted to say. Sorry.
The answer should be yes.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah. And that will be sufficient enough.
but we need like a fast track. We can be like the country who would say all European Union industries from life science come to Lithuania. We created some kind of sandbox, some fast track. Later we will discuss with Brussels how we need to be like according to their regulation, but maybe let's do some exceptions, exclusions, and we will have another 2-3 years to be in the court talking with the European Union, but I'm just joking. But I mean, why can we have some innovative approach, creative approach, where we have businesses, we have scientists, everything we have. We just need maybe fast tracks and all these sandbox.
I would agree. Probably there's nothing to invent, reinvent, because during the COVID, everyone was working on the vaccines or on the
And it
drugs.
was very fast.
Yeah, and we can just repeat the story.
So then we're coming to the readiness. So we had some very good examples, as was mentioned, Lithuania being a large producer of components needed for vaccine development. So do you think that at this state, let's say in whatever phase of a crisis that might become, we are now better prepared? We have mapped out our resources. We have spoke with the potential partners what they could do, knowing now what potential threats could be coming to our world in the time of crisis. So, are we ready?
At least we are brave.
I mean, are we better prepared than 5 years ago? Definitely. Better prepared than 3 years ago? Definitely. Better prepared than yesterday? Also definitely. Because this conference shows that we are we are preparing. Can we say that we are prepared? No. As the last presentation mentioned, we can never say that we are prepared because so many things changing. And even if we will be speaking only about the chemical, biological, nuclear, and radiological threats, we know right now what kind of biological, for example, threats are there. But there can be different new biological, chemical threats, and we don't know how to treat them, how to fight against them, and that's where we need our innovators and researchers who could help us. So we are definitely much more prepared, but not enough, and it should never stop, I would say.
But we have competencies for this.
Yeah, this is what we surely can all agree on, that the competences and potential is definitely there. Thomas, you wanted to add something?
I think it depends. Of course, we do have some fragments, not framework. And if we are ready, are we ready with infrastructure? No, probably, but we are thinking, talking, have some decisions, and we are moving forward with that. Do we have some changing in mindset? How we gonna react in the case of the X? Will we stay? Will we go away? So that's an area to work a lot. How we gonna act this day, and also how we gonna organize healthcare services on that day. We do have some exercises that it's very good, but how we act from, if we have this experience, what we heard on the early day, how when they had this disaster in Ukraine, are we prepared? It's a very good lesson, and we can just follow and develop all what we need.
So, being cautious about the time, I've heard many positive things, and I hope that this positivity is something that will really transform into resilience measures. But let's say we know that there is always something to be done better. So for the wrap-up now, if we look at the upcoming 12 months, was something that was rotating here. So what can we do in 12 months? Because we need speed. Time, the threats are coming and we never know what. What is one thing that we could do to strengthen and to exploit better our life sciences potential, especially the life sciences innovation potential in the next 12 months, so that we could be even more ready to be resilient in the time of crisis? So starting with you, Daniel, one thing.
First of all, I maybe would like to change a bit. It's not how to strengthen our own as Lithuanian, but as an European Union maybe. Yeah. And of course thinking about Lithuania. What we do have right now are many incentives for biotech companies who would like to invest into Lithuania. I'm not speaking about the startups obviously, but if there are good investments in biotechnology, you can get a cash back up to 45% for what you invest. You can get R&D tax deduction, triple tax deduction. You could get overall tax, zero tax for up to 20 years. So we do have a lot of incentives to bring companies here. Why do we need that? Especially from the health ministry perspective, we do need production of some medicines or active pharmaceutical ingredients. Why do we need it? Because again, times of COVID and even times of peace, we saw that we have lack of some antibiotics. Like we do had a crisis like that. It was not time of war or time of COVID. So we want to be independent, either in European Union, ideally in Lithuania. So we should have even more incentives for the companies who would create products that could be used in times of peace, like just medicines, paracetamol or just simple medicines, and definitely will be even more used during times of war.
Exactly what dual use is about. So Thomas, briefly.
I would like to have defined priorities for double use, what we are going to do. Maybe some negotiations with military staff together with the healthcare, and define that during the upcoming 12 years we're going to work on this project and our result going to be this. And we will be much more stronger afterwards. That we already have some things in the armamentarium to use if and when it will need us.
So basically demand mapping coming from the end user perspective.
And some very clear results what we are focusing on.
Yeah.
I think that there are no silver bullets, but bronze bullets were told by our colleagues, especially with our own drug production. I think that we need to be creative, faster, and understand that we have capabilities. So these can help us.
So coming to the end, we still have some time here, but I realized that we were already overdue. I don't know if there are any questions within the audience. It's hard to see, but if not, I think we'll be wrapping up. I thank a lot for our discussion, members and panelists. I think it's important that we start speaking about it. Obviously, there are some different perspectives, but it's good that we are all here for one purpose, to be more resilient and here more resilient in order to protect our health. So hopefully in 12 months we'll be somewhere more further towards focused goals and regulatory sandboxes maybe as well. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists, and that brings our day one to a close. Tomorrow we go deeper into workforce and the civil-military integration that turns all of this into something a country can actually deliver. Preparedness is not what we have, it's what we can deliver when it matters the most. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9.